The House will be in order. Pursuant to Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
She's going to read it.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 9th, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mary E. Miller to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2023, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we reflect on the one-year anniversary of Putin's war against Ukraine, it cannot help but remind us of why we fought in the Second World War, and that the fight Ukraine embodies the very same principles we fought for in the Second World War. First, preventing authoritarian regimes from wiping out sovereign democratic countries. Ukraine is a sovereign democratic nation. They have held free and fair elections since 1991. They have freedom of expression, press, and speech, while Russia is an autocratic nation led by an authoritarian dictator who represses personal expression, the free press, and free speech. He invaded Ukraine expressly to expand his sphere of autocratic control and subvert the will of the free people of Ukraine. The second principle, to prevent further genocide. Putin's invasion has been characterized by the commission of war crimes. 1 year ago this month, Russian forces deliberately targeted a civilian shelter. That same month, they struck a children's hospital and maternity ward. The next month, over 400 bodies of civilians were found in mass graves in Bucha after the city was liberated. And in September, 450 bodies, mostly of civilians, were found in mass graves in Kharkiv. I visited Ukraine last summer, where I met with President Zelensky and traveled to Bucha and saw the mass graves firsthand. In the Second World War, we vowed never again. Removing ourselves from this effort would be an egregious breach of that commitment and would demonstrate that we have not learned the lessons of those who gave their last full measure of devotion in the Second World War. The third principle we defended in World War II was the preservation of a liberal world democratic order. As we have seen in history, the actions of one autocratic nation can inspire the actions of others. Allowing Russia to conquer Ukraine will send the message to other autocrats that their expansion to free nations will not be opposed. This cannot be the future we allow. President Biden's recent historic trip to Kyiv highlighted these reasons, but it also recalled the words of FDR in his last inaugural in the months leading up to the end of that great conflict. He said, "We have learned that we cannot live alone at peace, and that our well-being is dependent on the well-being of other nations far away. We have learned the simple truth, as Emerson said, that the only way to have a friend is to be one. We can gain no lasting peace if we approach it with suspicion and mistrust or with fear. Just as the world has borne witness to Putin's relentless violence, we have seen the resilience and determination of the Ukrainian people. Their fight is the reason we formed the United Nations and NATO in the first place. Quite simply, they have earned that support. As President Zelensky said, aid is not charity, it's an investment in the global security and democracy. He is right. Our efforts to defend Ukraine are to protect Ukraine's right to self-determination and protect the future of democracy around the globe. We are indeed facing a turning point in this war, and I'm reminded of Winston Churchill's words after Britain's victory in the Second Battle of El Alamein. Now, this is not the end, It is not even the beginning of the end, but perhaps the end of the beginning. We are today at the end of the beginning of Putin's campaign in Ukraine and his efforts to recreate the Soviet Union. We must be united in our efforts to defend Ukraine and democracy. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Ways and Means Committee for taking up my H.R. 187, the Default Prevention Act, today. Similar bills I introduced passed this House in 2013 and 2015, and I'm gratified the committee would take it up in this session. The bill simply provides that even if there's a fiscal impasse in our deliberations over the debt limit, the debt of the United States will always be paid in full and on time. Frankly, that's already the law. Our revenues vastly exceed our debt service costs, and as every family knows, if you're living off your credit cards, you better make the minimum payment first. The law and the Constitution require it. The Organic Act that established the Treasury Department in 1789 is clear on this point. Quote, "It shall be the duty of the Secretary of the Treasury to digest and prepare plans for the improvement and management of the revenue and for support of the public credit." Repeat, the management of the revenue and the support of the public credit. The Constitution is also crystal clear. The 14th Amendment commands that the public debt is not to be questioned. The GAO spelled it out so there'd be no doubt when they answered the Senate Finance Committee in 1985. Quote, "Treasury is free to liquidate obligations in any order it finds will best serve the interests of the United States." And yet, over the years, various presidents have threatened to default on the debt as a way to roil markets and pressure lawmakers to bend to their will. This president, sadly, is no different. But even while the Obama Treasury Department was denying it had the ability to prioritize payments to pay the debt first, we later discovered it was making preparations to do exactly that. We also discovered documents that revealed the Federal Reserve officials were appalled that the administration would ever suggest defaulting because such statements ran a severe risk of panicking credit markets. We're hearing those same statements today from some Democrats in the Congress and in this administration. The Default Prevention Act simply takes this threat off the table. Amendments being offered by the committee also require priority be given to Social Security, Medicare, and defense to assure no president can threaten to hold seniors or service members or veterans hostage as well. Nor is this unusual. Most state constitutions provide that first call on any revenues is to maintain and protect their sovereign credit. Indeed, several years ago, in testimony to the Senate, Federal Reserve Chairman Ben Bernanke praised these state provisions for maintaining confidence in state-issued bonds. Now, this is not to endorse a prolonged impasse over the debt limit. Postponing prompt payment of other bills is not a good thing. But the full faith and credit of our country is fundamental to paying all of those other bills, and that's why we should prevent any president from threatening to default on that credit. The most preposterous claim we hear is that this prioritizes paying China before other obligations. Well, the fact is, most debt is held by Americans, including, most likely, your pension fund. China holds about 3.2% of our bonds. The debt limit is there for a reason. If your family is living beyond its means and needs to seek an increase in its credit limit, it had better sit down around the kitchen table and have a very serious discussion over the circumstances that have gotten it into this predicament and what steps it needs to take to get out. That's why we have a debt limit, to have exactly that discussion as a nation, which is why it's so disturbing when the president says he's not even willing to discuss the subject. Well, considering the fact that he's added $3.7 trillion to the national debt in just 25 months in office, that's irresponsible. Not discuss it? Why in the world does he think we have this building with the dome on top in the very center of our capital city? It was built exclusively to have these discussions, to talk out our differences, and to reach a wise and satisfactory conclusion for our public policy questions. Not discuss the biggest fiscal threat our nation has ever faced? He can't be serious. But serious or not, no president should have the ability to threaten to default on our debt, to destroy the full faith and credit of the government, or to take hostage our seniors, our veterans, and our other service members. This bill prevents him from ever threatening to do so again, and it needs to be enacted. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Tuskegee Airmen National Museum in Detroit for securing $500,000 in grant funding for its training program from the Federal Aviation Administration. The Tuskegee Airmen National Museum was originally founded to record and honor the unsung but substantial contributions of our nation's first black military airmen. The museum, Madam Speaker, has grown to operate from 3 different locations across the city of Detroit, including the Charles Wright African American History Museum, the historic Fort Wayne, and Coleman Young Municipal Airport, where it offers career training programs for young people interested in aviation and aerospace science. The museum takes particular pride in its community engagement around aviation training, which has been in operation for more than 30 years. $500,000 will go a long way in their flight training program, which is offered to young people aged 14 to 19 in the Metro Detroit area and puts students on the path towards obtaining a private pilot's license. I wish you could see the exciting faces when I went to one of their events of young people, again, learning to fly. The museum works in partnership with many of our local organizations and universities to connect many interested students with the training resources. And I say this wholeheartedly. I'm so proud that our own government, the Federal Aviation Administration, sees the gem that the Tuskegee Airmen National Museum is. Their training program and the unique opportunities they offer to our young people is truly a huge contribution to Wayne County, Michigan. So again, I am pleased to see the FAA see a tremendous value in their work. Madam Speaker, I rise today to uplift the Yemeni people who have been suffering from the inhumane, violent war. We are approaching the 8th anniversary of the start of the war in Yemen. We must stop U.S. participation in this war. It's far past time for our support in this war and ending U.S. ties and support again of continuing to flood support for this war. After over 10 months now without airstrikes in Yemen, the Yemeni people want to ensure that these airstrikes never resume. And discriminatory bombing of civilian targets, including hospitals, schools, water treatment plants, as well as blockading Yemeni ports, committed largely with U.S. weapons and logistical support, Madam Speaker. It all has resulted in what the UN has described the world's worst humanitarian crisis, with millions of Yemenis pushed to the edge of famine. Again, the United States must stop any participation in this horrific war. Over 11,000 children have died of hunger, been maimed as a result of the conflict in Yemen, according to UNICEF. An average, Madam Speaker, of 4 a day since the escalation of the conflict in 2015. 23.4 million Yemeni people now are in need of humanitarian assistance all across the country of Yemen. The Yemeni American families in my district are devastated to see their families, their native cities, the neighborhoods they all grew up in, completely ripped apart with death, famine, and violent attacks. Allah yashfihum. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of Women's History Month, and I cannot think of any better way to recognize the honor and honor women than to take active steps in protecting them. This week, I'm reintroducing a House resolution that recognizes violence against women in politics, and that it is a global phenomenon now, and that more research should be conducted to examine its extent and effects in the United States. There is a disturbing rise of violence against women in politics. We've all experienced it in this chamber. The never-ending string of ignorant, hateful, and downright threatening rhetoric against colleagues in this room are extremely unacceptable. And it's the same kind of hate that is directed against countless women all around the globe, and especially women of color and those with cross-cutting identities. Women have, Madam Speaker, been on the front lines of social justice movements around the world and throughout nation's history. And violence against women in politics is specific, gendered phenomenon stemming from resistance to increase political participation by women, intended, again, to undermine women as political actors. According to 2018 Violence Against Women in Politics report by UN Women and UN Office of High Commissioner for Human Rights, says that women of color are increasingly more affected by this crisis. The recent study by U.S. mayors found that women mayors are more likely than men to experience most types of violence and abuse, and indicates such incidents that are not out of the ordinary for women in U.S. politics generally. So, colleagues, in honor of Women's History Month, I urge you to support this resolution, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Tina Tyus Shaw, who is going to be inducted into the Georgia Association of Broadcasters Hall of Fame this month. Those who watch WSAV TV in Savannah know that Ms. Shaw has been a key part of our local news coverage since 1992. Her 30 years of service have brought reliable news coverage to homes in Georgia's 1st District on a consistent basis. Mrs. Shaw is certainly not a stranger to winning awards for her work in local news either. She has won dozens of awards for broadcasting, including a National Murrow Award for Best Newscast. In addition to her regular broadcasting duties, Ms. Shaw is a key player in the fight against breast cancer. She created the Buddy Check 3, a breast cancer detection program which has saved many lives thanks to early detection. Mrs. Shaw's commitment to her local community and her state are a testament to her character. I cannot think of anyone more deserving of being inducted into the Georgia Association of Broadcasters Hall of Fame. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of Sandra Martin, a loving mother, wife, and leader from the great state of Georgia. A native of Culpeth, Georgia, Sandra was the class valedictorian at Randolph Southern Junior-Senior High School in 1971. Sandra married and met the love of her life, John F. Martin Sr. of Flemington, more than 50 years ago. She would go on to work at the Heritage Bank for 40 years and held many titles, including vice president. In addition to her career at Heritage Bank, she was a dedicated public servant. Sandra was elected to the Flemington City Council in 1981 and later served as mayor of Flemington from 1997 to 2017. She loved traveling, spending time with her family, and was a committed member of Flemington Presbyterian Church. A lifelong servant to her community, Sandra's impact on the state of Georgia will be felt for generations to come. She will be dearly missed. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Trace Carter, an accomplished student and golfer at Ware County High School. Barely 2 years into his high school career, Trace is the reigning club champion at Okefenokee Country Club, highly ranked by the American Junior Golf Association, and finished as the boys' 14-15 runner-up at the Drive, Chip, and Putt National Finals at Augusta National Golf Club. Since competing in his first tournament in 2015, Trace has found tremendous success, finishing second and third the past 2 years at the Okefenokee Invitational. He also helped lead Ware County High School to a region title and a top 5 finish at the state championship his freshman year. Golf has always been an important part of Trace's family, as his mom and dad both played on state championship teams at Pierce County High School. Chase's grandfather, Royce Carter, my dear friend and one of my earliest supporters, instilled in him the love of golf at a very young age. Congratulations on your accomplishments, Trace. I am excited to see what you will achieve in the years to come. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of Ann Hognet, a loving mother, wife, and dedicated volunteer in her community. A native of Henry County, Virginia, Ann grew up during the Great Depression, the youngest of 8 children. Ann later married Roy K. Hognet, a veteran of World War II. In 1968, the Hognets moved to St. Simon's Island, where Ann was an active volunteer throughout her community. She used her many talents, such as cooking and organizing, to cultivate a thriving community. She volunteered at St. Simon's United Methodist Church, The Gathering Place, Manna House, MAP International, Amity House, and the Islands Players, where she was a life member. Another passion Ann had was for the stage. She acted in more than 30 plays and produced nearly 50 of her own. She operated her own dinner theater for several years, entertaining tour groups with light comedies and low country bulls on their visits to the island. She will be dearly missed. Our thoughts and prayers are with her and her family. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You've probably heard the Republican majority tell you they're laser focused on reducing costs for the average American by lowering inflation. And you've likely heard about their alleged quest for a smaller, less intrusive government. Yep, I've heard them too. Well, this week in Congress clearly shows they didn't mean any of that. In fact, quite the opposite. Just yesterday, Republicans showed their real priorities, partisan ultra-MAGA political priorities, by considering a trans and intersex sports ban as their opening salvo in their efforts to undermine the rights of LGBTQ plus people. Here are the facts. Young people participate in sports to be part of a team, learn sportsmanship, and challenge themselves. It's about friendships and learning to work together as a team. The GOP sports ban seeks to strip trans girls of all ages of these opportunities. Look, there's real pressing problems impacting women's and girls' sports, including sexual harassment and assault, lack of equal resources, and pay inequality. There are real issues that the GOP majority is ignoring. And there are pressing problems facing kids of our nation, including nearly 50,000 gun deaths a year, including 4,700 that involve kids. But not a peep from the Republicans in Congress about something that's actually killing children. But rather than addressing any of these issues, anti-equality politicians on the Education and Workforce Committee spent their first legislative markup this session targeting the few trans girls and women who participate in school sports. When it comes to protecting women's sports, we should look to leading women's sports and gender justice organizations like the Women's Sports Foundation and the National Women's Law Center. Both organizations, as well as leading women athletes, support transgender inclusion in sports. Major athletic bodies such as the International Olympic Committee and the NCAA have guidelines for the participation of transgender athletes, and these bodies reject the type of systematic exclusion of transgender people from the sports that anti-LGBT plus politicians are pushing. But this isn't about a real problem in this nation. This is part of a larger coordinated attack against transgender people and the larger LGBTQ plus population. We've seen hundreds of anti-equality bills, many specifically targeting transgender people, introduced in states across the country this year. Unfortunately, this is about building the personal brand of some extreme right-wing politicians, people who fundraise from and appeal to a small subset of their political base, rather than about a real problem in this country. These bullying politicians will endanger the lives of trans kids for their own political purposes, seemingly with the support of GOP leadership. But I guess we can't be surprised. Not one Republican in leadership called out the comments last week by a conservative speaker at the CPAC conference who called for the eradication of transgender people. This isn't about sports. This is about attacking trans and LGBTQ kids and the extreme MAGA politics of that issue, not the substance of just letting kids play. And that's heartless and cruel. We will fight these attacks hard. We will call out this dangerous demagoguery, and we will make sure the public sees it for what it is: raw, swampy politics as usual of the worst kind. There will be few pages assigned to future chapters of Profile and Courage for the politicians that bully kids for their own gain. But this week, that's exactly what we saw from the majority party in Congress, and we will expose this opportunistic bullying. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I unanimously consent to address the House for 5 minutes to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise because no American is safe. The United States Secretary of Homeland Security says that the American border is secure. The American people know better. It is for these reasons I traveled to our southern border with several of my colleagues from the Committee on Homeland Security. 2 adults attempted to climb the U.S. border fence the day we got there. They fell and were critically injured. American taxpayers are paying the bill. Hospitals are inundated with non-U.S. citizens. They're not paying a dime for care. Schools and teachers are attempting to teach students that are here unlawfully. Many don't speak English, and they are delaying the education of those who do. Illegal aliens attacked a border patrol agent while we were there. They are trying to kill American law enforcement agents. Under this administration, these agents in many cases are instructed to respond by firing pepper balls. Some schools are placed on lockdown 4 to 10 times a week because Border Patrol agents are chasing drug dealers and human smugglers that have crossed the border and entered their elementary and middle school campuses. Cartel members are recruiting 11 to 14-year-old children to drive vehicles to smuggle illegal aliens through multiple states and counties. Practically everyone crossing illegally claims asylum. Think about it. They're coming from Mexico, Guatemala, Ecuador, Colombia, Haiti, Cuba, El Salvador, Iran, and yes, they're coming from China too. They're flying in many cases to the southern border to cross illegally. Our meeting at the Border Patrol at the border port of entry had to be delayed because a mule tried to smuggle 70 pounds of cocaine right in front of 12 United States congressmen. The American people are being told by the Secretary of Homeland Security that our borders are secure. There is nothing further from the truth. While heroin, fentanyl, cocaine, marijuana, and human smuggling are flowing into our country at alarming rates, America is under attack. The same laws in effect today were in effect when Donald Trump was president of the United States of America. You can talk about him all you want, but tell the facts. He sent them back and protected America. 2 weeks ago, President Trump's Border Patrol Chief, Rodney Scott, gave us a brief. He said the problem is not with the laws, the problem is with this administration because they are not enforcing the laws that are already on the books. It's time to return these that are invading our country at the southern border to the country of their origin immediately. On average, 300 United States men, women, and children are dying every day by overdose. EMTs, paramedics, nurses, doctors, and emergency rooms see it every day. America is under attack. On our visit to the border, we met with Texas National Guard, United States Homeland Security, Border Patrol, Customs and Immigration, Homeland Security Investigations, and the Texas State Troopers. Not one of these agencies or officials we met with could say that the U.S. border was secure. Not one. Drug overdoses are a common occurrence in every county and city in America. This threat to America does not discriminate. Rich, poor, black, white. This is not a Democratic issue, nor is it a Republican issue. It is an American issue. Our country is under attack. No American is safe, and the American people deserve better. During our trip, I was reminded that on his first day in office, the President terminated the emergency declaration at the southern border and halted border wall construction. Over the last 2 years, Customs and Border Patrol have encountered over 4.7 million illegal immigrants trying to enter our country. That does not include the 1.2 million that have evaded Border Patrol. Yet the administration tells the American people that the border is under control. If our border is secure, then why over the last 2 years has the administration continued to send troops to our border? That alone signals to every American that we have a problem. Why are they stopping border wall construction? which is an important first step in securing our border. I will introduce legislation to address this question. My bill will resume border wall construction and ensure the President cannot withhold resources while sending our troops to the front line. Our country is under attack. I'm proud to introduce this legislation and other measures to ensure that if the administration expects our troops to defend our border, then we expect them to provide every tool, resource, and means of support to each of our brave men and women protecting our homeland security. My fellow Americans, our country is under attack.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, for 5 minutes.
Ask unanimous consent to advise to extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today, as I have in the past, on this floor for Republican staffers and Democratic staffers to thank them. To thank them for their service to the House of Representatives, thank them for their service to the Congress of the United States, and thank them for their service to individual members and to leadership. I do so again today for my friend who was with me for approximately a quarter of a century, Dr. Keith Abachar. He has long served as my senior policy advisor on everything from oversight and financial services to congressional ethics and campaign finance. After working with me for a few years as a professional staff member of the House Oversight Committee and the Committee on House Administration, he joined my leadership staff in 2003. He recently retired at the beginning of this year from federal service after serving this institution, as I said, for more than a quarter of a century. Keith Abachar, Dr. Abachar, accomplished much in that time. He played an instrumental role in negotiating the Help America Vote Act, spending many early mornings and late nights to enact a law that the Washington Post later called, and I quote, the most significant piece of federal election law since the Voting Rights Act. Congratulations, Keith. Similarly, he was integral to helping us pass the Americans with Disabilities Act amendments in 2008, which strengthened and carried out the intent of Congress for the ADA and for future generations. Keith was also a steadfast advocate for our federal employees and went to great lengths to stave off repeated partisan attempts to cut their pay and benefits and security. Perhaps the most significant result of Keith's time in my office, of course, was his marriage to a fellow staffer whose name was Jane. Once co-workers, they're now parents to two incredible children, Adele and Henry. He cherishes his role as their father above all else. It is in this spirit why, when looking back on his time with Keith, my time with Keith, I don't think of the list of groundbreaking laws he helped enact, though that list is long. Instead, I think the virtues that displayed every day here on Capitol Hill is what I remember. Keith had a doctorate in political science. He's an epic consumer of the printed word. You would typically find him with his head buried in the mountain of papers on his desk. He made frequent use of the Library of Congress, read multiple newspapers daily, and often left the office with a cache of unread papers under his arm. Few can match Keith's mastery of technical details behind the issue on which he worked. Even fewer share his ability to understand how these details impact Americans' everyday lives. The talent is rooted in Keith's thoughtful demeanor, quick to offer a piece of wisdom, a word of encouragement, or an expression of gratitude. Keith's generosity made him beloved feature of our team and of so many people in the private sector and public sector who dealt with him on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis. We all admired the impressive enthusiasm he brought to his work. I can recall many meetings where Keith would speak so quickly and passionately about an issue that we could hardly keep pace. A lifelong student of philosophy, a devout Catholic, Keith's earnest energy stems from his belief in the importance of our work in this, the people's house, and in the ethics that ought to guide each of us in this institution. And through it all, Keith maintained a great sense of humor and never took himself too seriously. He was serious, but not serious about himself. Although I'm proud to praise Keith, everyone should know that he is a man of deep humility, and perhaps would not want me making this speech on the floor. However, he's probably squirming in his seat listening to this, and I hope he is. Listening, that is, not squirming. Nevertheless, he ought to know how much we have appreciated his service. Who better to serve as my advisor on issues facing our federal workers than a man who himself exemplifies the ideal federal employee? A man of intellect, a man of integrity, a man of generosity, a man of humor, but a very serious, a hardworking, and effective public servant. Madam Speaker, if Keith is listening, and I hope he is, I thank him for everything he has done for our country and wish him well as he begins this new chapter in an extraordinarily productive career. Madam Speaker, I bless him, his family, and wish him Godspeed. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in recognition of the 100th birthday of one of North Carolina's greatest statesmen, Marshall Rausch. Growing up in Gaston County, Marshall Rausch was my state senator. He served 24 years in the state Senate representing Gaston, Cleveland, Lincoln, and Rutherford counties, all parts of my congressional district. Prior to that, he was on the Gastonia City Council for 14 years. He was one of the most powerful elected officials in the state, serving as chair of the State Senate Finance Committee, and that was before our governor had a veto. His service was also groundbreaking. Senator Rausch was one of the first Jewish elected officials in North Carolina. But let's back up to where it all started. Marshall Rausch came south from his native New York City to play basketball at Duke University in the 1940s. Now, that was long before anyone had heard of Coach K. In fact, he played for Coach Eddie Cameron in the first year that Duke Indoor Stadium was open. That was long before that legendary venue would be renamed for Coach Cameron. Marshall's time at Duke was cut short by World War II, where he served bravely. However, he will always have Duke to thank for meeting his wife of 64 years, Jeannie. And after the war, they settled in Jeannie's native Gaston County, where Marshall started Rausch Industries, thus beginning his prolific business and political careers. Rausch Industries in Gastonia grew into a leading manufacturer. I knew it well because I mowed the grass around his facility for a number of years. It provided jobs to thousands and stood as a pillar of the civic and charitable community in Gaston County, and we're grateful for it. It was not lost on anyone that this business, owned by a leading Jewish citizen, was one of the world's leading manufacturers of what, you may ask? Christmas ornaments. Senator Rausch was recently quoted as saying, "In Judaism, there are 8 degrees of charity, and the highest and best charity you can do is to help someone in a manner that they don't need help anymore." Well, Senator, you've done that in many, many ways for lots of people for a number of years, and we are all better for it. Thank you.
The chair.
Madam Speaker, few people these days associate politicians with humility, but Catawba County and my district benefited from the service of one such person for many decades. Walter Stein Eisenhower, known as Mr. Catawba County, passed away in January at the age of 95, and I rise today to honor his legacy and service to our area. Stein was a lifelong Republican who served as chairman of the Catawba County Board of Commissioners and as a member of the North Carolina House of Representatives. His impact is still felt in the community from many issues that he championed, including support for the local community college and the county hospital. Stein was a veteran of the U.S. Army, a volunteer fireman, and held various leadership roles with his beloved church, Concordia Lutheran. His favorite saying was, a day out of Catawba County is a day wasted. We thank you, Stein, for devoting his life to making our lives better. And I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Perez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today to congratulate the Napavine High School football team for a fabulous season. They have brought home yet another state championship in football. The Tigers put up an impressive 41 points in one game. The defense stood tall, paving the way to secure the title. And victories like these really highlight the importance of team sports and competition. These experiences bring communities together and teach students the value of teamwork and hard work. Congratulations, Napavine Tigers. You have made your community and me very proud for an amazing season. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor Sandra Bedrosian Simone, a resident of my district, for her work on the ADPN syndrome, a rare neurodevelopmental disorder. In 2016, Sandra founded the ADNP Kids Research Foundation after her son was diagnosed with this disorder. Additionally, Sandra actually helped discover a new biomarker for the ADPN gene, helping her spearhead efforts to diagnose and cure ADPN. Through her efforts, the Kids Research Foundation has donated over $2 million to studying ADPN syndrome, making it the world's largest financial contributor of ADPN research. The foundation is based out of Brush Prairie, Washington, in my district, and I want to take this opportunity to thank Sandra and her entire team for their trailblazing work. I wish them the very best as they endeavor to find a cure for ADPN syndrome. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the centennial anniversary of Longview, Washington. Longview is created north of the Columbia River and west of the Cowlitz River in 1923 by the Long Bell Lumber Company. It was, at the time, the first city of its size created entirely by private funds. Previously, the Long Bell Lumber Company was located in Missouri, and I think they judiciously relocated to the northwest, where timber grows on trees. Longview was dedicated in 1923 and then incorporated as a municipal government in February of 1924. Today, Longview is a thriving community of over 37,000 people. It is a major port hub and continues to be a powerhouse in timber, cardboard, and paper industries. As part of its celebrations, Longview celebrated a centennial kickoff celebration on January 20th. I look forward to celebrating with them throughout the year, particularly this summer's annual Cardboard Boat Regatta. Madam Speaker, I rise today to give a huge shout out to the Wahkiakum High School Mecha Mules robotics team. Somebody needs to make a movie about these guys. They are phenomenal. Wahkiakum County High School actually did not have hot running water in many of their bathrooms. It is a rural, in many ways, very under-resourced school. And these kids, ranging in age from 8th grade all the way to seniors, actually placed second at the International Sea Perch Underwater Robotics Competition. They are doing phenomenal work. They placed 17th out of over 100 competitors in Washington State's competition. I was so honored to visit with them last month. These kids really, really know their stuff. I am behind them 100%, so much so that I actually offered or agreed to jump in a pool if they are successful in their next competition. Hopefully we'll have more on that. But again, congratulations. We are all so proud of you. You have made your community very proud, and I'm very excited to see what you all continue to do. And Madam Speaker, I rise today to thank the U.S. Coast Guard and the Columbia River Bar pilots in Southwest Washington for their dedicated service every day on the Columbia River Bar. This is actually one of the most dangerous bodies of water in the world. It's where the mighty Columbia meets the Pacific River. And in winter, waves actually reach over 30 feet and 40 feet in height. And every day, these folks risk their lives to save lives and livelihoods and ensure that the Columbia River can be a connecting route for Washington State to the entire world for trade. I am so grateful for the work you do guiding cargo ships and providing aid to stranded vessels. Thank you so sincerely. Madam Chair, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice, for 5 minutes.
Ask me to address the House for 5 minutes and advise and extend my remarks.
Without objections.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, the President will release his budget, and I thought it would be appropriate to stand before you to talk about how we got here today. There has been reckless spending under both Republican and Democrat administrations, but let me be very clear. We do not have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. What is truly astonishing is that during the course of this 5-minute speech, the national debt will increase by $7 million. In the next 10 years, the debt is predicted to almost double. And furthermore, if the debt were divided evenly, each taxpayer would be responsible for $246,867 in debt. We should have heeded the words of George Washington, who said, "Avoiding likewise the accumulation of debt, not only by shunning occasions of expense, but by vigorous exertion in time of peace, to discharge the debts which unavoidable wars may have occasioned." But it is not only George Washington. Overall, the founders generally disapproved of debt and believed that the amount the country owed should be limited. The U.S. national debt has increased by more than $8 trillion since late January 2020, the majority of which was under the Biden administration. This includes programs like the American Rescue Plan, the infrastructure legislation, which was really the Green New Deal in disguise. Less of half of that funding went to traditional infrastructure, and the so-called Inflation Reduction Act. We can't continue with the status quo. For FY23, Biden proposed a $5.8 trillion budget. The national debt is becoming the leading national security concern. Foreign countries, such as China, hold nearly $870 billion in debt. And it is Biden's executive orders that have led increased regulations, higher inflation, and ultimately higher national debt. Programs such as the Student Loan Forgiveness Program, canceling the Keystone XL pipeline, Waters of the U.S., and other executive orders that have cost Americans nearly $1 trillion. The CBO Budget and Economic Outlook projects the federal deficit of $1.4 trillion in 2023 and averages $2 trillion annually from 2024 to 2033. The president's budget will double down on failed economic policies that have been devastating for millions of hardworking Americans. It locks in historic levels of spending on far-left policies and higher taxes that'll worsen inflation and drive our economy into recession. President Biden's answer, creating a culture of dependency that makes millions of families more reliant on the government. His approach will mean fewer people in the workforce, more people on welfare, and a stagnant economy for a generation. We are on the brink of an unprecedented fiscal crisis. Republicans have a strong vision for the country. It's called the Commitment to America. It is built on 4 main principles: an economy that is strong, a nation that is safe, a future that is built on freedom, and a government that is accountable. Meanwhile, the Democrats have their own vision for this country, and it is weaker. An economy that is weak. Administration has significantly constrained economic growth, causing 15 consecutive months of 40-year high inflation. Prices for groceries, gas, and other household necessities have skyrocketed. They propose raising taxes on individuals, families, and businesses, which will result in even higher prices, lower wages, and fewer jobs. A nation that's at risk. President Biden's budgets fail to prioritize safety and security of the American people. It fails to adequately fund border security, leaving us vulnerable to crime, gangs, and drugs pouring into the country. A future that is built on dependency. Currently, there are 11 million job openings in America and 5.7 million unemployed individuals. The partisan agenda traps people in a cycle of poverty and government dependence. And lastly, a government that is unaccountable. The Democrats propose budgets representing a significant expansion of the federal government's roles in our daily lives. It is essential we hold government accountable for spending and ensure that taxpayer dollars, yours and mine, are being spent wisely. There are theories, including the rich and corporations don't pay their fair share. Business owners pay taxes in numerous ways: corporate tax, capital gains, income tax. The top 1% pay 40% federal income tax already. The policies that are being put forward in the president's budget today require us—
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Thank you, Madam, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. De Espedo, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand before you and this body today to recognize an incredible American, an incredible New Yorker, and an incredible law enforcement professional, Louis Matarazzo. Lou Matarazzo committed his life to serving the people of New York, where he spent 35 years as a member of the greatest police department in the world, the New York City Police Department. During his time in the NYPD, Lou experienced the ups and downs of life on patrol as an NYPD cop, dealing with a crime crisis spanning decades. Throughout this tumultuous time, Lou remained a steadfast community protector and advocate for his fellow brothers and sisters in blue. For 31 years, Lou served in various capacities in the New York City Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, eventually being elected our president in 1995. Throughout his tenure, Lou Matarazzo worked tirelessly to advocate for members of law enforcement, not just in New York, but across this country, and strengthen police-community relationships in the Big Apple and beyond. Due to his efforts, the lives of New York's protectors were enhanced, community relations were improved, and the NYPD transformed into an all-around, more effective policing agency. But Matarazzo didn't stop there. And after retiring from the NYPD and giving up his leadership in the PBA, he worked throughout the country to support law enforcement professionals, including on Long Island, and served as a special advisor to my former union, the New York City Detectives Endowment Association. Sadly, on February 12th of this year, Lou Matarazzo passed away, leaving behind a loving family and a community in mourning. The Rockville Center and 4th Congressional District resident left a lasting positive influence on New York, the United States, and law enforcement profession throughout this country. His professionalism, commitment to duty, and excellence in policing served as an example to me during my time in the NYPD and helped me rise through the ranks to become a detective. I will personally miss Lou's leadership, the example he set, and his guiding hand in New York. This good and faithful servant completed his mission and remained our motto, Fidelis ad mortem, faithful until death. To the Matarazzo family, please know we will never forget the legend that Lou was. Madam Speaker, I yield my time back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? From generation to generation, you, O Lord, have spoken. With a word, you called the world into being. You spoke, and creation came to life. Speak now to us this day, you from whose mouth came the very law we seek to uphold and defend. Cause your righteousness to be the framework on which we build our communities, our country, and our Congress. In a whisper in the whirlwind, guide us when all around us is uncertain, uncivil, and unclear. May we hear your direction, that it would enable us to find certainty, to live civilly, and to discover clarity in the decisions you put before us. Timeless and timely, your word remains alive and powerful. May those who lead this country yield themselves to its authority and heed its judgment of their thoughts and the attitudes of their hearts. Nothing that proceeds from your mouth will return to you empty without accomplishing what you desire and without succeeding in the matter for which you spoke. May we hear your word for us this day, that it would give us purpose for our labors. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary,
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S. 724, an act to protect children against sexual abuse and exploitation and for other purposes in which concurrence of the House is requested.
the chair lays before the House the following enrolled joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 30, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Department of Labor relating to prudence of loyalty and selecting plan investments and exercising shareholder rights.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to recognize Drew Kennedy for his congressional staff service to the 2nd District of South Carolina. Drew has been a valued team member for over 10 years, and both his contributions and presence will be missed. Upon graduating from the University of South Carolina, Drew served constituents at the Midlands office and then moved to Washington. Drew quickly became an expert in many policy areas, advising on committee issues, preparing legislation, working on markups, and more. His competence earned him the position of Deputy Chief of Staff. Drew has become a respected leader among his peers and industry leaders. Our loss is the gain of the House Armed Services Committee. Multiple generations of Drew's family are appreciated, with grandparents Jane and Richard Kennedy being founders of the modern Republican majority in South Carolina, with his civic leader parents, Judge Kathy Kennedy and Dr. Attorney Rick Kennedy. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if we want America's kids to remain competitive in the 21st century, we can't just teach reading and math. We need to ensure they have healthy, nutritious food at school. Studies show keeping kids fed leads to better attendance, higher test scores, and lifelong benefits. Last summer, Congress temporarily increased the federal reimbursement level schools receive for breakfast and lunch. But in the richest country in the history of the world, we can do better. This National School Breakfast Week, I've introduced the Healthy Meals Help Kids Learn Act to permanently increase the reimbursement level for our children. Because the next generation of Americans, our future doctors, engineers, carpenters, professors, mechanics, and more, they need nutritious food to learn and to thrive. If we pass my bill, schools can make more made-from-scratch meals with more locally sourced, healthier ingredients. It's a win-win-win for our kids, our farmers, and our future. I urge strong bipartisan support for my bill. I yield back my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and celebrate the life of an exceptional young man, David John Chase of La Crosse, Wisconsin. David passed away on November 1st of last year at the age of 15 after a courageous 10-month battle with an aggressive form of brain cancer, which there was no cure for. Despite facing a tremendous battle, David displayed courage and compassion far beyond his years. In the midst of battling this incurable brain cancer, David was far more concerned about his family and how they're impacted by his diagnosis. David's selflessness and care for others around him was a constant presence throughout his life. He volunteered his time at Emmanuel Lutheran Church in La Crosse, Wisconsin, and hoped one day to serve in the United States military and later have a career in construction. He wanted to work with his hands, and he wanted to build America. He knew at his young age that this is what he wanted to do. And most of all, David loved his family, and above all else, with one of his favorite memories, hunting deer in Ettrick, Wisconsin, with his dad. So David leaves behind a legacy of bravery, selflessness, and love. I extend my deepest condolences to David's family, his parents, Jennifer and Abraham, his grandmother, Diane, who's here in the House Gallery, and his brother, Landon, who was David's caretaker with his grandmother today in the gallery. He is here. So God bless him and his family. And God bless the United States of America. We will miss this young man. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does my friend, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
And you'll be interested in this one, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I rise to pay tribute to a fellow Pennsylvanian, Gary Wasserson of Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. A little over a year ago, following the beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Gary found out that he had distant cousins in Lviv. That realization prompted him to act, and soon he was on the Poland-Ukraine border, assembling a team to cross the border and bring his relatives to safety. But Gary didn't stop there. He has helped build an entire support network coming to the aid of Ukrainians in need, assisting in the successful extraction of thousands of Ukrainians to safe havens in Poland, Slovakia, Moldova, and across Western Europe, sending hundreds of thousands of pounds of needed aid into Ukraine, recently bringing a gravely injured Ukrainian soldier to the hospital for special surgery in New York City, where he was able to receive the complex medical procedures that he urgently needed. These are just a few examples of the profound difference that Gary, a private citizen, is making. Thank you, Gary, for your compassion, for your willingness to act, and your dedication to standing with the Ukrainian people as they continue to resist this horrific war of aggression. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California and Aiken, South Carolina, seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While working families are facing economic challenges, House Republicans continue to prioritize political stunts. This week, Republicans have taken to the House floor to support efforts that disseminate extreme MAGA conspiracy theories, and encourage the spread of foreign propaganda and harmful online content that undermine our democracy. House Republicans are also using committee hearings to dehumanize the LGBTQ community, promoting hateful and dangerous rhetoric. House Democrats will always put people over politics, and we continue to work to build on the economic gains we have made over the last 2 years. House Democrats continue to work to lower costs and invest in America, all while reducing the federal deficit. It is past time for House Republicans to stop playing the politics of demonization and work for the American people and to work for their interests. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition? And without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Today I rise in support of my Add Soy Act. This bill will make soy milk available to children who need alternatives to cow's milk. This is especially important for the large number of minority children who are lactose intolerant and experience adverse health effects simply because, in practice, dairy is the only type of milk offered in schools. The rate of lactose intolerance in these communities is surprisingly high, with 65% of Latino students, 75% of Black students, and 90% of Asian students unable to digest dairy milk without detrimental effects. Many children don't make the connection between consumption of this product and their feeling of discomfort and even illness. Right now, children who suffer adverse reactions from cow milk must get a doctor's note if they choose not to accept traditional milk in their lunch. This is partly due to Congress's milk note requirement, which places an unfair burden squarely on minorities and minority children. Lactose intolerance causes a range of health effects from the stomach pains and digestive problems to exacerbated asthma symptoms. This makes learning more difficult for children. America needs to embrace a diverse lunch counter solution. I yield back.
Pursuant to House Resolution 199 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 140. Will the gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amidai, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 140, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend Title V United States Code to prohibit federal employees from advocating for censorship of viewpoints in their official capacity and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose on Wednesday, March 8, 2023, Amendment Number 6 was printed in House Report 118-7, offered by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, had been disposed of. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 9, printed in House Report 118-7. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 9, printed in the House Report Number 118-7, offered by Mr. Rose of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 199, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, and a member opposed to each will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
That request is covered under general leave.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of my amendment, designated as Amendment 9 to H.R. 140, the Protecting Speech from Government Interference Act. And I thank my friend from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, for introducing this important piece of legislation. Federal employees should absolutely not be censoring lawful speech, and I'm proud to support this bill, which will clearly prohibit that practice. My straightforward amendment simply requires mandatory annual training on the requirements of the underlying bill. We were all recently made aware of the shameful instances of federal government-driven censorship that occurred in conjunction with Twitter over the last several years. And with that revelation, we must be suspicious that similar censorship has occurred in conjunction with other big tech social media platforms. The goal of H.R. 140 is to eliminate such instances of federal government censorship, and my amendment furthers that goal by requiring federal employees to undergo annual training to inform and remind them of their obligations under this bill to refrain from any and all censorship activities. Kara Frederick, director of Heritage Foundation's Tech Policy Center, recently penned a Heritage Foundation backgrounder entitled Combating Big Tech's Totalitarianism, a Roadmap. In her piece, Ms. Frederick writes, and I quote, "The Biden administration is attempting to circumvent the Constitution by pressuring private tech companies to take down content under a broad and politically biased definition of misinformation. When big tech companies do the government's bidding by removing users and content that the government tells them are objectionable, they are essentially acting as government agents, a potential violation of the First Amendment." Mr. Chair, I am proud that this Congress has made this bill a priority. Government censorship and government-pressured censorship are lawful speech. Of lawful speech is just plain wrong. Today, we are pushing back on this anti-freedom activity. My amendment will strengthen H.R. 140 by helping to ensure a high level of compliance with its requirements. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Now I reserve the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Does the gentlewoman claim the time in opposition to the amendment?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentlewoman assumes that you are rising to claim the time in opposition to the amendment. Is that correct?
Yes.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am rising in opposition to this amendment, which is, as the gentleman has described, a simple training requirement to ensure that this act is implemented correctly. Seems like a perfectly reasonable thing in and of itself, but that would be if the actual underlying bill that it seeks to modify was reasonable and not some sort of bizarre Orwellian doublespeak designed to mislead the American people about what this bill is actually about. Nothing about this bill is reasonable. Nothing about this bill, the process about how it has been brought to the floor and how it has misled the people of our country about what is happening is normal, and it does not secure the freedom of speech or any other freedoms of the American people. It actually endangers them. In fact, it imperils our democracy by handcuffing the ability of law enforcement, national security, and intelligence officials to provide factual, critical information to social media companies and the public in order to prevent crimes or to ensure that we have election fraud tampering does not occur and that there is not foreign interference with our elections. This is not some unintended consequence of the bill, but rather is the entire point of this bill, as my Republican colleagues have conceded. When we marked up this bill in the Oversight Committee, Chairman Comer produced 2 emails from a single FBI agent to Twitter that he said were, quote, the purpose of the bill. But you might be asking, what terrible censorship was the FBI trying to achieve in those emails? Well, in fact, when Democrats were finally provided with the email content, it was an email to Twitter from the FBI identifying election fraudulent tweets. In fact, the content identified that there were multiple tweets that were misleading about the time, place, or manner of voting in the upcoming election. This is the smoking gun that they are claiming is taking away our freedoms. That's right, election misinformation that was meant to deceive American voters, which the FBI flagged as a part of their actual course of business. And now they would like to hamper the ability of our FBI and our law enforcement to be able to do their jobs. This is, of course, by the same party who's engaged in voter suppression for countless decades, so we probably shouldn't be surprised. And we know that the American people not only want us to protect their voting rights and their basic rights to express themselves, to their freedoms as protected by the Bill of Rights and our Constitution, we want our public servants to be able to do their jobs and to do their jobs with integrity and ensure the integrity of our election system. Democrats sought to try to address some of the grave flaws in this bill and address the supposed intent of the bill by submitting 43 separate amendments for floor consideration. And, in fact, only one was made in order. Republicans, on the other hand, submitted only 20 amendments, many, like this one, ignoring the dangers of the underlying bill and not wanting to improve it to protect American freedoms, but just simply tinker around the edges to make it more enforceable. So my question is, why are we voting on this amendment and not Congressman Torres's amendment to ensure the bill does not prohibit federal officials from preventing and addressing cyber attacks? Why are we not voting on this amendment? Why are we voting on this amendment and not Congressman Lynch's amendment to ensure the bill does not prohibit federal officials from protecting our national security? And why are we voting on this amendment and not Congressman Goldman's amendment to ensure that the bill does not prohibit federal officials from fighting foreign election interference as occurred in the 2016 election? I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and oppose this bill. It does nothing to improve a deeply dangerous bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Chair, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close. I reserve the balance of my time.
Okay. Gentlelady from New Mexico.
Reserve.
She reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for closing.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, when it comes to censorship or pressured censorship by federal government employees, ignorance is not bliss. My amendment seeks to further the anti-censorship goals of H.R. 140 by requiring mandatory education for federal employees on the bill's new anti-censorship requirements. Therefore, because of my amendment, federal employees will not be able to claim ignorance of the new requirements we are implementing in the Protecting Speech from Government Interference Act. In closing, I urge members to vote yes on my amendment and the underlying bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will just take a moment to reiterate that this bill is not as it appears or the majority is proposing it appears to the American public. This bill is not about defending the basic right to free speech and our constitutional rights. This bill is about hamstringing the ability of federal law enforcement, our national security staff, and others in the federal government from protecting our country from election interference. And this amendment would make the enforcement of that bill stronger by requiring training to further censor and allow for interference in our elections. I am opposed to this amendment, and I rise in opposition to the bill. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. All time for debate on the amendment has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 10, printed in House Report 118-7. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in House Report number 118-7, offered by Mr. Rose of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 199, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, and a member opposed Each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
That request is covered by general leave.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of my amendment designated as Amendment 10 to H.R. 140, the Protecting Speech from Government Interference Act. Mr. Chair, I sincerely hope that after H.R. 140 is enacted, there are 0 violations of the bill's new anti-censorship requirements. However, if any violation or allegations of violations do occur, then the public has a right to know. My amendment is simple. It states that it is the sense of Congress that inspectors general should publicly report the number of complaints and tips received, the number of investigations opened, and statistics on how investigations were managed and their disposition by the inspector general related to compliance with the underlying bill. The amendment specifies that the inspectors general should publicly report no less than annually. The amendment also sunsets after 7 years. Whether or not my colleagues on the other side of the aisle support the underlying Protecting Speech from Government Interference Act, I hope they will support this amendment, as it is vital that the public have an accurate picture of whether the laws that Congress passes are being followed. Public reporting of the number of tips and complaints received and statistics on investigations related to compliance with H.R. 140 is a pro-transparency measure to hold the government accountable that I hope we all can support. This amendment is a common sense and gentle nudge to inspectors general that it is the sense of this body that public reporting related to compliance of this bill is an important endeavor. I urge support of my amendment, and with that, Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
Does the gentlelady from New Mexico seek recognition to claim time in opposition to the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment and yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our inspectors general conduct vital work on behalf of the American people. They help to safeguard taxpayer dollars and government operations from waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement, and to investigate what occurs inside of our federal agencies. But to ask them to waste their finite resources and staffing on an annual reporting requirement for a bill that actually threatens the freedom of the American people and the American public and electoral system is gravely antithetical to their missions and their purpose, and is itself an act of waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement. Nobody could act in good conscience to support this amendment. One of the most concerning aspects of this bill is that it creates a waiting period of at least 72 hours before law enforcement officials can take action to prevent or respond to most crimes or threats they identify, either on or involving social media platforms. So let's imagine you're a federal official, an FBI investigator, and you see information being shared online that indicates that a sexual assault is imminent. Some sort of violence is about to occur. There is some sort of election fraud about to occur. Under this bill, you'd have a decision to make. Do you write and file a lengthy report to Congress and then wait 72 hours until it's too late? Or do you act immediately knowing that you might be subject to a $50,000 fine or might be barred from federal service for 10 years because you reported something that has been tagged as censored speech under this bill and amendment? Thanks to the excellent bipartisan work of Congresswoman Houlihan and Congresswoman Mace, we could have been considering a very different kind of amendment out here on the floor today, one that would have made sure that this bill still allowed enforcement officials to act immediately in this exact case. But my Republican colleagues would not allow this amendment to come to the floor today, choosing instead to waste our time and the time and resources of our federal agencies on this amendment. They choose a do-nothing, wasteful reporting requirement over a bipartisan amendment that would protect the safety, in many instances, even the lives of women and Americans across the country. It's outrageous. I believe that this bill and this amendment are dangerous, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I just want to note one final time that this bill and its proposition are deeply dangerous. It proposes to actually address free speech and censorship when, in fact, it would hamstring our federal officials. This amendment adds dangerous amendment changes to that bill that would make it even more difficult for our federal officials to do their job. I rise in opposition to the amendment, and I rise in strong opposition to the bill itself.
Does the gentlelady yield
Reserve.
back? You reserve?
Reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
By voting yes on Amendment 10, members are reaffirming their commitment to transparency and government accountability. If my amendment passes along with the underlying bill, the American people will be more well informed of violations of the underlying bill. In closing, I urge my members to vote yes on my amendment and the underlying bill. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Tennessee yields back. And the gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we've well established that not only is the premise of this bill, but many of the requirements in it dangerous for our federal law enforcement, dangerous to our constitutional rights, dangerous to the American people, and dangerous to our national security and our electoral system. And yet, the way it is being proposed to the American people is that it will defend their rights and their rights to speak freely under the First Amendment. During our markup of this bill, we talked about gaslighting. Gaslighting is the act of when somebody in authority actually makes you believe you're crazy because the truth of what is occurring is actually the opposite. This bill is a dangerous gaslighting of the American people. We will not stand for it. It is dangerous to our democracy, it is dangerous to our elections, and it is dangerous for the people of this country. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The question is on the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. According to the rules, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee on the Whole and the State of the Union has under consideration H.R. 140, and pursuant to House Resolution 199, I report the bill back to the House with an amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. The Chair of the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 140 and, pursuant to House Resolution 199, reports the bill back to the House with an amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded on any amendment to the amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the question is on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended. Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend Title V United States Code to prohibit federal employees from advocating for censorship of viewpoints in their official capacity and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
I'm sorry. Do we not have it? They gave it to us yesterday. Here it is. Sorry. Landsman of Ohio.
Mr. Landsman of Ohio moves to recommit the bill H.R. 140 to the Committee on Oversight and Accountability.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Requesting a recorded vote, sir. Yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Isn't it about time to fire me again?
House Resolution 199, I call up House Joint Resolution 27 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the joint resolution.
Union Calendar Number 3, House Joint Resolution 27. Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of the Army Corps of Engineers, Department of Defense, and the Environmental Protection Agency relating to revised definition of waters of the United States.
Pursuant to House Resolution 199, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on HJ Resolution 27.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I'd yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise in support of House Joint Resolution 27, which I introduced to negate an ill-timed and ill-conceived rule coming out of the Biden administration, which, if Congress fails to act, will go into effect later this month. The Clean Water Act is landmark legislation that was signed into law 50 years ago that has greatly improved the health of the nation's waters. Unfortunately, we have consistently seen increasingly expansive interpretations of the Clean Water Act result in the implementation of a flawed and overreaching water policy. This has hindered our ability to achieve the Clean Water Act's true underlying water quality goals. There's no clearer example of this overreach than the debate over the definition of waters of the United States, or WOTUS. Decades of agency interpretation and misinterpretations have created uncertainty for rural communities, for farmers, for ranches, for businesses and industries who rely on clean water. Although the 2020 Navigable Waters Protection Rule finally provided long-awaited clarity on the scope of WOTUS, the new administration decided to unravel the Water Protection Rule and attempt to replace it, once again creating confusion and chaos. The definition of WOTUS matters to the everyday lives of people all over the country, including my district. For instance, I have a constituent who wanted to build a pond on his property and had received local and state permits to do just that. But then the Army Corps of Engineers, they stepped in and they said he would have to spend $165,000 in environmental mitigation. This is absolutely outrageous. Returning to a more costly, burdensome, and broad WOTUS definition could have a massive impact on local communities and Americans' ability to do their jobs and manage their own private property. I urge support of this joint resolution to stop this burdensome and overreaching WOTUS rule. And with that, I would reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clean water is a human right, and the health and safety of our communities and the success of our economy depend upon it. And House Democrats stand for clean water, and today I rise to oppose H.J. Res. 27. Last Congress, we passed a bipartisan, once-in-a-generation investment in our nation's infrastructure through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, investing almost $13 billion in clean water infrastructure upgrades and creating jobs in communities across this country. The BIL showed what Congress can do when we focus on the needs of American families. Yet, instead of putting people over pollution, this CRA does the opposite. Now, my state of Washington is defined by its clean water, including the health of the Puget Sound and the hundreds of lakes and thousands of miles of rivers and streams throughout the state. My constituents know that rivers, streams, and wetlands are intrinsically connected. Pollution that starts in one body of water does not stay put. House Democrats believe we can protect clean water while providing certainty to businesses, to farmers, to Americans who depend upon clean water for their lives and livelihoods. This is especially true for the 117 million Americans who depend on smaller streams as a source of their drinking water at a time when many states are facing historic droughts. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle say they want clean water rules that are simple, clear, and easy to follow. I want that too. The Biden administration's Clean Water Restoration Rule does exactly that, following the law and the science of protecting clean water and providing regulatory certainty and stability to the implementation of the Clean Water Act. But this resolution does the opposite. This resolution will not bring back the previous administration's Navigable Waters Protection Rule, which removed federal protections on roughly half of the nation's wetlands and 70% of its rivers and streams. That rule was rightly rejected by a federal court in 2021 as, quote, fundamentally flawed and likely to cause, quote, serious environmental harm. Every day it remained in effect. It is off the table entirely. This resolution before us today will also not eliminate the use of the significant nexus test because that test was mandated by the U.S. Supreme Court. It's been in effect since the Bush administration and remains in place today. However, this rule will adversely impact farmers, ranchers, and developers by creating regulatory chaos and eliminating important exclusions that have been codified in the new rule to help water-dependent businesses and farmers understand and comply with the law. Now, despite fear-mongering on this issue, the truth is simple. The Biden proposal will have no impact on the average family farmer in this country. And why? That's because farmers are, by law, largely exempt from the Clean Water Act permitting requirements, where less than 1% of all annual wetlands permits relate to ag activities nationwide. Therefore, if a farm is engaged in normal farming, forestry, and ranching activity, or undertakes the construction or maintenance of a farm, stock pond, or irrigation ditch, you are exempt from the permitting requirements of the Act, and the current proposal does not change that exemption. Finally, for those waiting to see the Supreme Court will somehow fix this issue in an upcoming Sackett case, this resolution will actually hinder the ability of the Corps and the EPA to respond to the Supreme Court's potential recommendations later this year. That is why this resolution before us makes no sense. It would invalidate the Biden rule and all the clarifications and exceptions it contains in favor of a similarly structured but much less regulatory framework, a much less clear regulatory framework. That's a recipe for uncertainty, legal battles, and continued gridlock, the opposite of what proponents say they are looking for. It also ties the hands of federal agencies seeking to help individuals comply with the law unless Congress acts again. Now, this short-sighted action will lessen, not increase certainty. It's a big mistake. I support the administration's efforts to officially implement the critical water infrastructure investments included in the BIL, so we can begin to realize the public health, economic, and environmental benefits that come with clean water. But this resolution represents a giant step backward for clean water, increases uncertainty for farmers, home builders, road builders, and all American families, and doubles down on infighting and chaos. So I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing HJ Res 27 and to move forward together towards a future with predictability for those that need it, and clean water for communities that cannot survive without it. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina and the co-sponsor of the resolution, Mr. Rouser.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Graves. And I will note that you are exempt until you are not exempt. So I rise in support of HJ Res 27. This is a very important and crucial resolution that we pass. There is no greater example of bureaucratic overreach under the Clean Water Act than the long-standing regulatory ordeal of understanding and complying with the definition of a water of the United States, or WOTUS, we call it. Despite the benefits of the Clean Water Act, its history has been wrought with the tortured past stemming from regulatory headaches and overreach from bureaucrats, all because Congress never defined what a navigable water is. Many times, this combination has led to uncertainty for individuals and the more formally regulated communities. The reality is this resolution is only necessary because of the Biden administration's decision to publish a new definition of waters of the U.S. under the Clean Water Act. It is important, very important, that Congress ensures this overreaching definition has no force. Now, in my mind, regulations should carry out the intent of the law in a simple, easily understood, and transparent manner, leaving no wiggle room for any bureaucrat to substitute their own biases and hijack the process. Unfortunately, that is not the case with this new WOTUS rule. Put simply, this rule is the equivalent of a nuclear warhead aimed right at our farmers, communities, home builders, road builders, and private property owners, among many others. The ramifications of its implementation will be far and wide, affecting the prosperity and economic opportunity of all Americans. And as of March 20th, that nuclear warhead is going to be launched. Once the federal government has complete control over the definition of a water because of an arbitrary and ambiguous definition, it will then have control over everything else that is applied to the land, whether it be application of pesticides or herbicides or the building of a fence or a shed or anything else. A farmer, homeowner, or any other property owner could be prosecuted for these simple and customary actions because a bureaucrat decides that what they have done affects a navigable water. So let's be clear. Ambiguity and subjectivity enshrined by an environmental rule are no friends of freedom, the production of food, or other goods or prosperity. Despite what supporters of the Biden-WOTUS rule say, it will do nothing to bring forth certainty and consistency, except for the trial lawyers and radical environmentalists who are most certainly consistent and persistent in their work to use the executive and judicial branches of government to essentially halt the work of and extort from those who produce. So I am proud to co-sponsor and support this legislation, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to vote for it. I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the representative from New Mexico, Representative Stansbury.
The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as a proud daughter of New Mexico, as a water resources professional, and as a defender of the most basic element that we need to survive, which is water. In New Mexico, water is life. Water is sacred. Water is culture. Water is fundamental to everything that we do and everything that we are. For years, our state and our country and our communities have ridden the roller coaster of regulatory rollbacks on the Clean Water Act. But I never could have imagined that in the year 2023, we'd be voting on a bill to gut the rule that protects our streams and rivers and our right to have clean water. 2023, just weeks ago, a train derailment in East Palestine sent toxic smoke into the atmosphere, and people were afraid to turn on their taps and drink the water. The American people want clean water. And yet, here we are, weeks later, being forced to take a vote on a bill that would gut a fundamental rule in how the Clean Water Act actually saves our lives. Water, the most basic element for how we survive as a species. The Clean Water Act was passed because rivers were on fire. In fact, in some of the districts that are members who are actually sponsoring this bill, where toxic waste was filled and sewage was filled in the waterways of these very districts, where children were being poisoned by toxins that were being put in the rivers. But yet, here we are, voting for a measure that would leave massive swaths of our waterways exposed, and particularly in New Mexico. We are talking about raw sewage, farm waste, chemicals being dumped in our arroyos and our wetlands. Let me ask the American people, is this what you want this body to be working on? Gutting the most basic foundation of the protection of our public health and our environment? No. The American people want clean water. They want us to protect our streams and rivers. They want us to protect our farmers and ranchers. They want us to protect their families and their children. We cannot go back decades, as this measure would take us back. And we cannot gut this fundamental underlying environmental law that protects the health and safety of our communities. So wherever you live, whoever you represent, whatever you fight for, know what this bill is actually about. And I urge my colleagues to vote with clean water and vote against this measure. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does the gentleman reserve? Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, the Chairman of the Small Business Committee, Mr. Roger.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman. I rise in support of the resolution to repeal the Biden administration's Waters of the United States rule. Since President Biden was sworn into office, the regulatory actions of his administration have cost the private sector nearly $360 billion in compliance costs, and an estimated 220 million man-hours in new paperwork requirements. And later this month, when this rule is finalized, these numbers will get even higher. Yesterday, the Committee on Small Business held a hearing to speak directly with the people that are going to be affected by this damaging regulation. We heard from Ms. Catherine English of Florida, who became a water attorney to ensure her family farm that has been in operation for over 100 years could continue to thrive. She told us that this rule is so complicated that she will not know even if simple land adjustments on her own private property would open her up to fines from the federal government. We also heard from Mr. Frank Murphy, the great state of Texas, who develops real estate. He shared that this new rule will cause him to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in redundant environmental reviews and could delay many projects indefinitely. For any business, certainty is the key, and unfortunately this rule is leaving many people in the dark on if they will be able in compliance or with new regulations. I support this resolution because it's giving a voice to the small business that have been ignored by the unelected bureaucrats at the EPA and Army Corps of Engineers. That is why this resolution is supported by over 100 business groups. Congress must act and listen to the voice of Main Street America on how this regulation will kill jobs and damage the American economy. In God we trust. I yield back.
This gentleman reserved. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we go to the next speaker, just ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a list of 91 organizations in opposition to H.J. Res. 27 and an open letter to Congress from the Environmental Protection Network in opposition to H.J. Res. 27.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the ranking member of the Water Resources Subcommittee, Representative Napolitano, California.
The gentlelady from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Larson. I rise in very strong opposition to the resolution of disapproval. This clean water was not always a partisan issue, and no issue is more important among American families than the protection of our nation's waters. Now is the worst time to lower our guard on protecting clean water, as over half of the United States are experiencing drought conditions. Even though we've had rain, we're still in a drought condition. We need to be doing everything to ensure our cities, our businesses, and our farmers have sufficient, safe, and sustainable supplies of water to meet our economic and agricultural needs, our quality of life needs, and our day-to-day survival. This is especially true in my home state of California. As the Metropolitan Water District, the biggest in the area, commented on our subcommittee last month, the definition of WOTUS is central to the Clean Water Act's implementation, and it has significant implications for water agencies, our day-to-day operations in them, and for our water source protection efforts. That is why I support the efforts of the Biden administration to permanently repeal the previous administration's dirty water rule, a rule that eliminated federal protections on a minimum of 75% of streams and wetlands that have been protected by the Act since its inception. These waters and the wetlands are critical to capturing and storing rain and snowmelt to ensure the long-term supply of water and recharge our underground water aquifers. Mr. Speaker, I cannot understand how this resolution, which seeks to undermine and confuse agency efforts to protect our clean water, makes sense to my constituents who are already making sacrifices to protect our local waters. This resolution should increase levels of pollution in our water bodies, increase risk of downstream flooding, and make it harder for communities like mine to maintain sustainable sources of drinking water. Worst of all, hardworking American families would have to pay for the horrible impacts of this resolution. The Biden rule provides the best available option to balance the need for protection of waters with the desire for familiarity and workability within the constraints of the law and the interpretations of the Supreme Court. This resolution achieves none of those outcomes and is only more likely to make it worse, not better. Mr. Speaker, I very strongly oppose the resolution, and I would like to introduce to the record Statement of Administration Policy from the Executive Office of President on House Resolution 27, providing for congressional disapproval on the Chapter 8 of Title V, United States Code of the Rule, submitted by the Department of the Army, Corps of Engineers, the Department of Defense, and the EPA relating to revised definition of waters of the United States. I yield back.
Without objection, it will be entered. Does the gentleman from Washington reserve? Gentleman from Washington has 19 minutes left. The gentleman from Missouri has 24 and a half minutes left. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I thank the chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak against the Biden administration's extreme overreach with the confusing new waters of the United States rule published by the EPA. This rule removes protections put in place by the previous administration that would protect farmers and ranchers and small business owners from potential fines and even jail time for carrying out common practices they've done for years. The men and women that feed America should not have to apply for permits to simply remove debris from a ditch on their property or change the types of crops that they grow in a field. Yet this is what people in my district in Arkansas and around the country will face under the new WOTUS rule. To top it all off, this rule is unclear, forcing landowners to hire additional help just to ensure that they're complying with this ill-conceived rule. I urge my colleagues to stand up to the EPA and vote to block this burdensome rule. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Missouri reserve? Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. And now I'd like to yield 4 minutes to the representative from Ohio, Representative Sykes.
Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to House Joint Resolution 27, which would nullify the rule titled Revised Definition of Waters of the United States. As the vice-ranking member of the Water Resources and Environment Subcommittee, I am extremely aware of the crucial role clean water plays in the success of our nation's economy, including agriculture and energy development, as well as the health of our communities. The resolution is the latest attempt to attack longstanding critical safeguards for clean water with an utter disregard for the devastating impact this will have on hardworking American families. In Ohio, we've had to bear the brunt of reckless disregard for safeguards that have contaminated water supplies and caused irreversible harm, some of which we can't even begin to quantify. My colleague so aptly identified multiple issues in examples from Ohio that explain why it's so necessary to protect our water, and whether it is toxic chemicals from a train derailment or a burning lake, imagine that, or compromised drinking water due to algal blooms, which happened in Northeast Ohio, our Great Lake, Lake Erie, which is a significant resource of us for us in our Ohio community, and a good, clean water source has been impacted, and many others across the country could be as well. Mr. Speaker, this legislation unquestionably undermines the Clean Water Act, and it is unnecessary and a glaring attack on future attempts to protect our nation's water and quality. When a rule is undone using the Congressional Review Act process, future administrations are prevented from issuing rules that are substantially the same, which could and very likely undermine agencies in their activities to stop bad actors who pollute our waterways. I understand the need for regulatory certainty, and I certainly want to help us achieve that, whether it is to provide certainty for businesses, local governments, state governments, farmers, hunters, fishers, and Americans, or builders. We deserve that certainty, but isn't it important, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that our constituents, including my constituents in Ohio 13, have certainty when they turn on the tap, and they are sure that they are not drinking toxic water that may be a carcinogen that will impact their health in the future. It is important that all people, regardless of where they live, their economic standing, their creed or color, has access to clean water. It is how we put people above politics. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote no, emphatically, and I yield back.
Lady yields back. The gentleman from Washington reserve.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 1 minute to the chairman of the House Ag Committee, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, I thank the gentleman for his leadership in this issue. I rise in strong support of today's Waters of the United States, WOTUS joint resolution of disapproval, and stand in opposition to the Bitus WOTUS, which is an attack on the Clean Water Act, attack on states' rights to have oversight over non-navigable waters, and an attack on private property rights. As the chairman and former ranking member of the House Agriculture Committee, I've spent the last 2 years traveling to more than 40 states to hear directly from producers about the challenges they face. I was proud to be with Chairman Graves in his district, where we had a a gathering and a hearing, a listening session on this very topic. Burdensome regulations, record inflation, high input costs, politicization of crop protection tools, supply chain disruptions, and now you can add an egregious government land grab to the list. Make no mistake about it, this rule isn't about clean water. It's about the Biden EPA's appetite for power. America's farmers, ranchers, and landowners deserve a WOTUS definition that is fair to agriculture and maintains the historical reach of the Clean Water Act, neither of which is accomplished by the Biden administration's flawed rule. Simply recognizing longstanding agriculture exemptions that have been too narrowly applied for decades does not make up for, once again, plunging our rural communities into regulatory ambiguity. I thank the Transportation Infrastructure Committee Chairman Sam Graves and the Waters Resource and Environment Subcommittee Chairman David Rouser for leading this important effort, and I urge a yes vote. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Missouri reserve?
Yes.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the representative from Virginia, Representative Beyer.
Representative from the Old Dominion is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting no on this effort to undo the EPA's waters of the U.S. rule. EPA's rulemaking will simply restore the basics of what was protected by law for nearly 50 years before Trump's rule went into effect. It's an important protection to restore smart, clean water protections. We need to step forward for clean water because over half of our rivers and lakes in our country are too polluted for swimming, fishing, or drinking. I grew up in the Potomac River where it was dangerous to get into something that was so incredibly dirty. Americans are speaking up, and they say they want to swim and fish in their streams. But this EPA rule is also a step forward to protect wetlands. Last month, Stanford scientists showed that our country is responsible for more wetland loss and degradation than any other country in the world. We need to protect wetlands that we still have left. Wetlands sequester carbon, which helps us on our climate change goals. Wetlands are a habitat that helps us stop the biodiversity crisis. And there's also a lot of talk about stakeholders wanting certainty in what waters are covered. I'm on board with that certainty, and the new rulemaking provides just that. Certainty for the Americans who want swimmable, fishable, drinkable waters, who want a safe climate and thriving biodiversity. I had the honor of serving on the Science Committee for 8 years, and we heard again and again that virtually all scientists believe that water is the absolutely most essential requirement for life. And yet, we want to gut the most important rule to protect our water. Undoing the waters of the U.S. rule is a step backwards. And for all Americans who want the certainty of a safe climate and clean water for the future, I have to vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Washington reserves.
Continue reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Missouri for yielding his leadership on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.J. Res. 27, providing for congressional disapproval of the Army Corps of Engineers and EPA's rule expanding the definition of waters of the United States. This rule is one of the latest examples of regulatory overreach that the Biden administration has chosen to pursue, ignoring Congress's role in making policy decisions and vastly increasing federal authority over private lands. Expanding the WOTUS definition creates harmful uncertainty and increased administrative burdens for many parts of our economy, especially our farmers and agriculture sector. On top of having to endure the effects of high inflation, supply chain disruptions, and labor shortages, farmers in my district and across the country now have to invest more time and money on compliance costs to protect themselves against potentially crippling legal penalties. Between President Biden's attempts to repeal stepped-up basis, the SEC's onerous ESG proposal, and now this WOTUS rule issued by the Army Corps of Engineers and the EPA, it is clear that family farms and small businesses are not being prioritized or heard by this administration. As a representative of one of the largest, 15th.
Gentleman is yielded an additional 30 seconds.
As a representative of one of the largest corn and soybean producing districts in the country, I understand the importance of our farmers have in feeding our nation and the world. Our farm economy is the lifeblood of rural communities, and this resolution is necessary as a first step in supporting our farmers and small businesses. I urge adoption of the resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. Yes. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to recognize Representative Velasquez of New York for 2 minutes.
Gentlelady from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Mr. Larson. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to this resolution. For 50 years, the Clean Water Act has safeguarded our rivers, streams, and wetlands from pollution and degradation. Before the passage of the Clean Water Act in 1972, New York City dumped millions of gallons of raw sewage and trash into the East River every day. Today, thanks to the CWA, we have made significant progress cleaning up the East River and the Hudson, so much so that marine life like the humpback whale and dolphins have been spotted in recent years. This environmental progress is not unique to New York. Communities across the country have experienced the benefits of cleaner water. But the advantages of the CWA aren't limited to the environment. The law has also helped our economy. Yesterday, during a Small Business Committee hearing on this topic, the owner of a South Carolina seafood company testified on the fundamental importance of clean water to his business. Robust federal protection for clean water is a prerequisite for the success of businesses in a range of industry all across our country. Despite this, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to allow industries to pollute our waters while shifting the cost of pollution to families, businesses, and communities downstream. They want to continue Trump administration policies that significantly limited federal protections for clean water by excluding safeguards for many wetlands and streams. That is why I urge my colleagues to vote no on this resolution. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Washington reserves.
Continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the Biden administration's rule redefining the waters of the United States, or WOTUS. I will not mince words. These proposed changes would be more aptly named WOCUS, as they are confusing, partially nonsensical, not based in science, and will cause many unintended consequences that the Biden administration has clearly not contemplated. Underneath these new rules, over 85% of the waterways in Wisconsin's 3rd District would be subject to EPA regulation. In many places, these rule changes will actually harm the environment, as many of my farmers in the district are pioneers in environmental stewardship. They have dug retention ponds that collect agricultural runoff, and then the nitrates and phosphates settle to the bottom. Then they recycle the water and these important nutrients, which actually lowers the costs and prevents them from entering the watersheds and the Mississippi River. If this WOCUS goes into effect, these revolutionary farming practices will stop, and these agricultural byproducts will wind up in our actual navigable waterways. Then what will the Biden administration propose doing? Fining our farmers, putting them out of business, and increasing the food costs that are already out of control due to the out-of-control spending of the Biden administration. I stand with our farmers. They stand in support of the CRA, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to stand with them. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserve.
Yes.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
We continue to reserve on the side of the aisle.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I inquire time?
Gentleman has 20 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Washington has 13 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman.
Gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I rise in support of the House resolution. As an attorney, a water attorney and a natural resource attorney, I have fought for over 25 years to protect water and property rights and to stop the unlawful rules enacted by our federal government. In Congress, I am continuing that fight. The feds have far exceeded their authority under the Clean Water Act and have expanded on the scope and intent of the original law by redefining what is a navigable water of the United States. These recent changes are also made, this rescinds the recent changes made under the Trump administration that actually carried out the intent of the Clean Water Act. And the increasing regulation of both land and waters must be stopped. In many instances, these new and punitive regulations are a de facto taking of private property. Wyoming farmers, ranchers, builders, energy producers, and small business owners, among others across the state, would suffer significantly if these changes to the navigable waters of the United States definition were enacted. This is just one more example of an out-of-control and unelected Washington bureaucracy intruding into our personal lives and seeking to destroy our property rights. I urge my colleagues to support today's disapproval vote and protect Americans from the ridiculous government overreach these WOTUS revisions would enable. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the Speaker. Thank Chairman Graves. Mr. Speaker, this is a case of no good deed goes unpunished. Now, the ranking member, good gentleman, and I, we can agree that we all want clean water. But this is just simply a federal government overreach. That's all it is. And oh, by the way, I'll remind everybody that it was only 2 months ago my friends on the other side of the aisle controlled this body, the other body, and the presidency. If they wanted to pass a law, why didn't they? It's because they can't pass a law. This isn't about the Clean Water Act because the Clean Water Act still exists. This is about a rule made by bureaucrats down the street to control the water in your backyard. If you've got a child and a swing set there where they hollowed out underneath the swing set, don't you dare fill it in, otherwise severe penalties, criminal imprisonment can be imposed on you. This is absolutely outrageous, unnecessary, and must be stopped. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Missouri reserve?
Yes.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to make a note, I'll yield as much time as I may consume, make a note that the argument that this is like a taking doesn't hold any water, excuse the pun, because the 1992 case, by this end of the Supreme Court, determined that rules like this actually do not qualify as a taking under the U.S. Constitution, under U.S. law. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Duarte.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
We need to protect wetlands. We need to protect the clean water supply we enjoy here in America. The Supreme Court has been dealing with this for years, and if we don't get it right here and keep the agencies honest, we are going to have a real food shortage that is on our hands. I am a farmer who was prosecuted under the Clean Water Act for growing wheat in a wheat field that had been planted to wheat many times before. This, right here, squint please. I want to make sure the whole chamber can see it. Look hard. This little light spot in the field is a jurisdictional wetland under some definitions of the Clean Water Act. That's not a navigable water, no frogs, no fish, no storks, no egrets, no water. Under the Biden rule, the surrounding grasslands, all the surrounding grasslands there, not the electrical tower in the back, that's got other regulatory problems, those are jurisdictional wetlands under the Biden rule. They prosecuted me as a farmer for farming wheat in a wheat field, which had been farmed many, many times before, and threatened to fine me $28 to $40 million for tilling through 22 acres of wetlands such as this across a 450-acre wheat field. This is what we're talking about. We don't have to talk about burning rivers or poisonous water. This is the land grab. This is the authority. This is the threat to the American food system that we're talking about. Right over there, that is a government expert team paid for by your Department of Justice, our Department of Justice, sitting in a 3-foot hole investigating my 4 to 7 inch tillage through a vernal pool. 10 government investigators on my property for 10 days producing over a $1 million report. The smallest of these wetlands, of these vernal pools, was 16 square feet. Think of the card table you may have sat at as a kid during Thanksgiving. That was deemed a jurisdictional wetland. Thank you very much. This is a direct attack on our farming and our food supply, and please don't understand it as anything different.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves.
Yes.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just yield myself as much time as I may consume. Just to go back to an argument a previous speaker made about the Democrats having the majority in the House, the Senate, and the presidency. It also should be on the record that the other side of the aisle had the majority in the House and the Senate and the presidency in 2017 and 18, and also did nothing on this rule. It wasn't important enough for them to do anything. And then the president's rule at the time moved forward and was tossed by the courts, by two different courts, rejected by the courts, which leaves us in this position where we are today of playing ping pong with the waters of the U.S. rule. Our argument today is let's bring certainty to the Clean Water Act, bring certainty to the waters of the U.S., and reject H.J. Res. 27 and move forward with the existing rule from the current administration. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMoffa.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank Mr. Chairman from Missouri. I appreciate the time. My colleagues, again, are here to talk about something that's been over and over again changed with the whim of every administration, it seems. We've had, I've been here 10 years, and every time, every new Congress, there's a different enforcement. The law keeps getting changed. There's no certainty. So how are we supposed to farm, grow the crops that people depend on in this country? I'm glad I got to follow Mr. Duarte because his operation is actually in my district up there where that went on. We tried to convince them at EPA and Army Corps of Engineers that farming is a normal activity. I get my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to talk about with rivers on fire, things like that. This is normal farming. You will not have these crops the way we're going here that Americans depend on, especially coming from California. So the definition that's being put forward by the Biden administration is something that's undoing what the Trump administration had, trying to bring it back to reasonable. The Clean Water Act was passed in 1972, signed by President Nixon with a bipartisan effort. Every 50 years or so, we have to go back and see what's going on with oversight, and this isn't working. It's not working at all because it was never intended by Congress to limit farming, to take away the farming of food, was what's going on with this act. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Washington.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Washington continues to reserve. The gentleman from Missouri.
Speaker, at this time, I'd yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann.
Gentleman from Kansas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman Graves. Mr. Speaker, agriculture producers have been forced to operate their businesses under 3 different definitions of water in the last 10 years, and this most recent rule removes long-standing bipartisan exemptions of common water features like ponds and streams found on family farms and their private property. With this vote, Congress has a golden opportunity to stand up not only for the people who feed, fuel, and clothe us all, but also for Americans whose businesses and private lives would be affected by this big government encroachment on their property. While President Biden would like to federally regulate every small stream, ditch, and puddle from sea to shining sea, American producers have been the careful custodians of their own resources for centuries. They are the original conservationists, and their livelihoods already depend on their voluntary efforts to care for their water resources. How we vote today will speak volumes. We can either tell Americans that we believe the federal government knows best, or we can tell them that the federal government should get out of their way and let them do what they do best. I know where I stand, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserved.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll yield as much time as I may consume. I want to be clear that I do agree with some of the comments made by the previous speaker that this has been a ping-pong match among administrations over the last 10 years where all Americans have lived under various definitions of this rule. And I, too, want to end that ping-pong match, which is why I'm calling on the House of Representatives to vote no on this resolution and get on with the certainty that the current administration's rule provides. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Washington, or Missouri is recognized.
And I reserve.
Mr. Speaker, I'd yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Williams.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This picture accurately captures the administration's definition of a navigable waterway. This child playing with a paper boat in a puddle created by a rainstorm would be subject to the almost comical definition of navigable waterways this bill would amend. This child's family, if they had saved enough money to build their first home on this site with this rain puddle, could find themselves at the mercy of the impersonal, bureaucratic, and deliberately ambiguous rules of the EPA. Very quickly, this child's family would be drowned by the cost, paperwork, and Byzantine rules of a faceless bureaucracy. Stop using the EPA bureaucrats as agents against the American people, homeowners, small business owners, farmers, rural communities, and many others. These WOTUS rules are designed to give nearly unlimited power to EPA field agents to further control our delicate economy. Nobel Prize humanitarian Alexander Solzhenitsyn, a victim of the cruel Soviet system, warned us with these words: "Unlimited power in the hands of limited people always leads to cruelty." Protect American families and support this bill. I yield back, sir.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri has 13 minutes left. The gentleman from Washington has 11. Does the gentleman from Missouri reserve?
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Washington continues to reserve. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Washington, Chairman of the Western Caucus, Mr. Newhouse.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a third-generation hop and grape farmer from the state of Washington. Being a good steward of the environment has always been important to me, my family, and my neighbors. For generations, farmers and ranchers across the United States have understood that in order to continue their important job of feeding the world, we must work together to protect our clean water and conserve our most precious natural resources. And to great success, our nation's agricultural community has voluntarily innovated over the years, finding ways to use significantly less pesticides and fertilizers to grow even more food. Yet the administration has ignored all those facts and instead is coming after our private property rights with their Waters of the United States rule. WOTUS is nothing more than a power grab which would impose tighter controls over the waters the Clean Water Act never intended to regulate. Let's be clear. WOTUS isn't just a logistical nightmare that has plagued landowners, businesses, farmers, ranchers, rural communities across the country for years. It controls what people can build or plant in and around streams, ponds, irrigation ditches, in the middle of cropland, giving the EPA unprecedented say over what people can do or can't do with their land, and calls into question whether farmers could even begin to work their land. This impacts our food supply, our housing industry, and many aspects that have already been severely challenged by the administration's overreaching policies. This rule is not about clean water. Rural communities in the West and across the country, like Central Washington, are dedicated to clean water, and they are the ones being punished by the continuing legal uncertainty that this new final rule brings. As chairman of the Western Caucus, a bipartisan group of nearly 100 members that advocate for property rights and for clean water, I've consistently called on the administration to provide that uncertainty that we all want. In fact, we've led over 200 members in a letter urging the administration to do just that. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this resolution, push back on this administration's egregious overreach, fight for our food supply. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield as much time as I may consume. This debate we're having today is only about clean water, and we need to put people and clean water above pollution. The administration has a rule that provides certainty. We should move forward on that, but this debate is about clean water. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Staubert.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For the sake of not belaboring the great points already made by my colleagues here today, I will keep this brief. The Biden administration's WOTUS rule creates a regulatory headache for economic drivers like farmers, ranchers, small business owners, manufacturers, miners, and more. Similar to the old Obama administration WOTUS rule, this new rule is a gift to lawyers and activists. All this rule does is give D.C. bureaucrats a chance to trade in their dress shoes for their never-worn cowboy boots, step over a few puddles and call them navigable waters, and upend the lives of rural Americans. Time and time again, the Biden administration creates hardship for the constituents I represent. Unfortunately, I expect no less from this activist administration. It is clear that they do not consider rural America a priority. I support passage of this CRA to nullify the sumptuous, devastating Biden administration WOTUS rule, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri, reserve.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield as much time as I may consume. I do have to address the comment about who cares about rural America. I'm not making an argument today that any one party or any one person cares more about rural America, but if we're going to support rural America, keep implementing the bipartisan infrastructure law, which puts $65 billion into broadband, including billions of dollars to expand broadband into rural areas, something happening in my state and states around the country. Pass a comprehensive immigration reform so there is a supply of workers in this country, including farm workers. Open up trade agreements, open up trade for agriculture, including ag in my state, in my own district, for the milk producers, the potato producers, the raspberry and blueberry producers who are exporting product all over the country. That's what it means, at least in my state and my side of the state, to support rural America. And I support rural America, and a lot of folks in this chamber on both sides support our farmers in rural America. And let's take action to do just that. With that,
Gentleman
I yield
reserves.
back.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in favor of H.J. Res. 27. This resolution will overturn Joe Biden's latest attempt to expand the federal government's jurisdiction and regulate every aspect of our lives. The decision to return to the 2015 WOTUS rule puts burdensome regulations that will devastate small businesses, manufacturers, farmers, home and infrastructure builders, local communities, water districts, and everyday Americans across my district in Colorado and the entire country. In short, the EPA's job-killing WOTUS regulation expands Washington's bureaucrats' jurisdiction over ditches and navigable waters, threatening property rights and water rights for our communities. Rural Colorado runs on water, and this unconstitutional regulation will harm our way of life. I want to thank my colleague and chairman of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Sam Graves, for his great work to protect private water rights. We all want clean air, we all want clean water, and we know that we do it right without bureaucrats getting in our way, and I support this legislation. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman reserve.
Reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Washington State is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman continues to reserve. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 1 minute to my colleague from Missouri, Mr. Burleson.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman Graves, and thank you for your amazing leadership on this important topic. You know, the arrogance of liberal bureaucrats knows no bounds. When we think that they cannot go any further, they decide that they can regulate the rain that falls from the sky. You know, the Waters of the USA regulation will cost our citizens, especially farmers in our state of Missouri, who on average own 300 acres, which is mostly small farms. They will straddle them with red tape. And of course, we know why the Biden administration is imposing this on our citizens and our farmers. The administration is not at all interested in helping the average American farmer or supporting them. They're more interested in appealing to the radical environmentalists that want to control our lives. You know, farmers have been hit hard with fuel costs, fertilizer costs, and supply chain challenges recently. The last thing they need is this. The EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers should rescind this rule and leave our farmers alone. And as a co-sponsor, I fully support this resolution and urge my colleagues to pass it. Thank you. I yield back.
Yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves.
Yes.
Gentleman from Washington State.
Reserve.
Continues to reserve. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Messer.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
I thank Chairman Graves very much. Mr. Speaker, we're hearing about the issues that farmers face. I have 8,000 farmers in my district. Workforce. We hear about comprehensive illegal immigration reform. Yes, indeed, but Mr. Speaker, border security first. Border security first, then we can help our farmers and others with comprehensive illegal immigration reform. That never seems to be on the table. Rural broadband, absolutely. We've been talking about it for far too long, and it's way late in coming. But this WOTUS, Mr. Speaker, this WOTUS, this Waters of the U.S., never have I heard such a clamor from my farmers. This is such an insult, and it shows just simply how out of touch those that would propose something like this are when it's related to my farmers and the farmers throughout the United States. Mr. Speaker, every day farmers, we know this, live in an uncertain climates, to say the least, to say it literally. The Biden administration's proposal here is a far, far burdensome regulation that will create a higher level of uncertainty, increase compliance costs for farmers during a time that costs are escalating. This rule will literally lead to puddles and ditches on farmers' property being regulated under the Clean Water Act, temporary puddles, temporary wetlands. That evaporate in a few days, they could be responsible for. Very often, when it's miles away from navigable waters, this rule goes into effect. Small businesses, landowners, as well, will be forced to spend thousands of dollars on consultants and lawyers to determine if they need a federal permit on their own land or risk expensive penalties or even jail time. Supreme Court will be hearing this case soon. They will certainly reverse any rule made. No WOTUS before SCOTUS. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri reserves.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Washington State.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recognize myself for as much time as I may consume. I just want to note that in the current administration's rule that agencies added 6 additional exclusions to the regulatory text for generally non-jurisdictional features under the pre-2015 regulatory effort. And continues the agency's 2 longstanding exclusions for wastewater treatment systems and prior converted farmland. In addition, the final rule continues the agency's longstanding regulatory definition of wetlands as well. Not a change, a longstanding definition of wetlands, something that, again, adds to the certainty of the rule, as well as with the 6 additional exclusions, creates more exclusions than in the Bush era rule. So with that, I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Burkeen.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 1 minute.
The congressman from Missouri. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Article 1, Section 1 of the United States Constitution says that all legislative powers are to be vested in the Congress, not the President. The Biden administration's WOTUS rule is the perfect example of an administration usurping the authority, the supremacy of the United States Constitution. This rule impacts private property, small business, farmers, ranchers, including Jess Kane, who I just got off the phone with 20 minutes ago. Jess has a ranch south of Bartlesville, and he has about 1,000 acres in a floodplain. He's concerned about his ranch and how this impact of the president will impact his ability to do what he's always done and be able to manage a cow-calf operation. Regulatory costs are a hidden tax and now expected to be at least $2 trillion, according to the Competitive Enterprise Institute. If you think of regulation as a tax, it comes out to more than $14,000 per family. It's a hidden tax, $14,000 per family because of a regulatory state. Congress has the authority and duty to rein this in. We must inject common sense, horse sense, for our farmers and ranchers and small businesses, private property owners, when the presidency is going the opposite direction. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, H.J. 27, and overturn the WOTUS rule. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves.
I reserve, and I have no more speakers, so I'm prepared to close.
Okay. Gentleman from Washington.
Just a moment. If the majority is prepared to close, I'll take this opportunity then to close as well.
Gentleman is recognized to close.
Mr. Chair, last year this Congress came together to provide historic investments in our nation's infrastructure through the bipartisan infrastructure law, providing communities with almost $13 billion in clean water infrastructure upgrades and creating jobs. These clean water investments help areas like Skagit County, where I'm from, which has used the Clean Water State Revolving Fund money to protect the water quality of Gillian Creek, the drinking water source for many in that county. Every day, more and more American families are realizing the public health, economic, and environmental benefits of the bipartisan infrastructure law, benefits that will continue as additional BIL resources are made available and implemented across the country. The BIL is what Congress can do at its best. This resolution is not. This resolution provides no benefits to public health. It seeks to eliminate protections for rivers, streams, and wetlands, many of which serve as a source of drinking water for hundreds of millions of Americans. This resolution provides no benefits to our economy as a whole. It not only casts aside a time-tested, scientifically based tool to implement the Clean Water Act, but then further blocks the Corps of Engineers and the EPA from providing any additional clarity to businesses, farmers, and home builders going forward. In short, this resolution is a recipe for uncertainty, for litigation, for continued gridlock. The very things that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are really trying to avoid, as we are as well. This resolution is a step backwards for clean water. It's a step backwards for certainty. So I urge my colleagues to see this resolution for what it is. It is not for clean water. It is an attack on our clean water future. It fails to provide clarity. It fails to provide consistency for businesses, for farmers, and for many in our communities who rely on clean water who are not businesses, who are not farmers, who are not ranchers. Many of those folks look to Congress to ensure clean water as well. So I'm urging my colleagues to vote no on H.J. Res. 27. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington State yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, while the Clean Water Act has greatly improved the health of our nation's waters, expansive interpretations of it have also led to a whole lot of uncertainty in the 50 years since it was passed, and specifically when it comes to the definition of a WOTUS. The Biden administration, they may think, Mr. Speaker, that they can get away with this overbearing WOTUS rule and dramatic expansion of federal authority, but we have to ensure that everyday Americans are not subject to this outrageous government power grab, and that's what it is. Let's keep flawed federal overreach out of the government by passing House Joint Resolution 27. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would urge support of the resolution, and I would yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Missouri yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 199, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Third reading. He doesn't mean to. Third reading.
Third reading.
Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of the Army Corps of Engineers, Department of Defense, and the Environmental Protection Agency relating to revised definition of waters of the United States.
The question is now on the passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The joint resolution is passed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Request a recorded vote.
The gentleman requests the yeas and nays.
Yes.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: adoption of the motion to recommit H.R. 140, passage of H.R. 140 if ordered, and passage of House Joint Resolution 27. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 140 offered by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Landsman, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit offered by Mr. Landsman of Ohio.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 204 and the nays are 218. The motion is not adopted. Question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it.
To ask for the yeas and nays?
What purpose does the gentlewoman from New York?
I'd like to ask for the yeas and nays.
Gentlewoman from New York asks for the yeas and nays. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. Okay. On this vote, the yeas are 219 and the nays are 206. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of HJ Resolution 27, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Union Calendar Number 3, House Resolution 27. Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Army, Corps of Engineers, Department of Defense, and the Environmental Protection Agency relating to revised definition of waters of the United States.
Okay. The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 227 and the nays are 198. The joint resolution is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 2 U.S.C. 501B and the order of the House of January 9th, 2023 of the following members to the House Communication Standards Commission.
Mr. Morelli of New York, Mr. Sherman of California, Ms. Underwood of Illinois.
The House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Savannah Regional Film Commission Director Erin Frazier. Erin was born in New York City in 1969. She graduated at the top of her class at Sleepy Hollow High School in Tarrytown, New York. After high school, she attended Oxford College of Emory University. Erin's storybook career in the entertainment production industry began as a senior assistant to Saturday Night Live's Lorne Michaels. With Lorne, she helped in the development and launch of Conan O'Brien's late night show, as well as working on Wayne's World 2, Tommy Boy, and Black Sheep. Erin was named Savannah Regional Film Commission Executive Director on December 13th of 2022. During her time as Executive Director, she made a tremendous impact on the office and the entertainment production community. Erin married her husband Jay in September of 1997. They have 3 children, all of whom are either alumni or current students at Emory University. Erin will be dearly missed by all who knew her. Our thoughts and prayers are with her and her family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to stand with farmers. For decades, farmers across eastern North Carolina have been left behind. As a member of the House Agriculture Committee, addressing barriers to our farmers' growth and success has to be a significant priority for us. As farmers are struggling to break even because input costs for items like fertilizer and fuel are rising faster than commodity prices. This imbalance forces farmers to pass unaffordable input costs onto consumers. Mr. Speaker, I know we can ease the financial burden on farmers and consumers alike by championing rural development initiatives. Let's allow our farmers to do what they do best, feed America. Because at the end of the day, food security is national security. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it's hard to believe on Tuesday will mark 10 years since my dad passed away from cancer at the age of 54. When I think back on that moment in my life, I will never forget the last conversation that we had when he told me to always keep my moral compass, to always do God's work, and that to whom much is given, much is required. And hopefully over the last decade since his passing, I have lived up to his expectations as a person, as a son, as a brother, and now as a husband and father. My dad was a recovering alcoholic, sober for 20 years when he passed. And what was remarkable at his death, over 1,300 people showed up, half of whom I never met in my life. And almost all of them, to a person, said how much my dad helped them to become sober and to live their life in a purposeful way. I can think of no better way to honor his memory than to see the lives that he impacted during his lifetime. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's my privilege to enter his name into the congressional record and remember him on what will be the 10th anniversary of his passing. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Captain Janet Days during Women's History Month. Captain Days is the first African-American female to command the commanding officer of the U.S. Naval Station Norfolk. This naval station is the largest naval base in the world. It is the hub of the U.S. naval operations in the Atlantic, Europe, and Caribbean. And Captain Days is an exceptional choice to lead the station. In her distinguished military career, she has earned 7 Navy and Marine Corps Commendation Medals, 2 Army Commendation Medals, and a Defense Meritorious Service Medal. She has served on several ships, including the aircraft carrier USS David D. Dwight Eisenhower during Operation Enduring Freedom. She is an American hero, and I am proud to honor her accomplishments on the floor today. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the outstanding management of Straw Brewery in St. Mary's, Pennsylvania, whose Vice President, Kathy Lentz, recently earned the Patriot Award for her exceptional support of military employees. The Patriot Award is awarded by the employer support of the Guard and Reserve to recognize supervisors with outstanding commitment to support citizen warriors through a wide range of measures, including flexible schedules, time off prior to and after deployment, caring for families, and granting leaves of absences if needed. Kathy Lentz was nominated for the award by Straub employee Sergeant First Class Wendy Traynor. Since 1872, Straub Brewery has had a long tradition of excellence in brewing and operations. Now in its 7th generation of family ownership, Straub has endured over a century and a half of changes, including Prohibition. It remains a proud part of life and history of Western Pennsylvania. Mr. Speaker, as a proud father of a U.S. Army soldier, I commend Straub Brewery and its Vice President, Kathy Lentz, for their example to businesses throughout our communities, for their commitment to our national heroes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Coach Jim Valvano, known to basketball fans everywhere as Jimmy V. 40 years ago this month, the beloved NC State head coach led his underdog team to the 1983 NCAA championship. Against the odds, the Wolfpack triumphed over #1 seed Houston with a game-winning dunk in the final seconds. Coach Valvano's spirit has inspired so many on and off the court. He's also remembered for his dedication to finding a cure for cancer after his own diagnosis. And while he lost his battle with the disease, Jimmy V never stopped fighting for others. Today, his legacy lives on through the V Foundation for Cancer Research. This week, as North Carolinians are watching the ACC tournament, we are reminded of Coach Valvano's inspirational words. Don't give up, don't ever give up. Go Pack. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, President Biden's proposed Waters of the United States rule is a blatant example of federal overreach. The rule will lead to further regulatory burdens on our farmers, and it gives unelected bureaucrats more power to dictate how landowners manage their own property. Under this new guidance, the EPA would have broad authority to determine what is considered a navigable water, which could potentially include anything from a pond to a puddle. I would remind the President that American farmers are the original conservationists. They know how to take care of the land because that land is their livelihood. The administration has already made life harder for our agriculture community through skyrocketing input costs, oppressive environmental regulation, and a war on fossil fuel. We should be supporting farmers' efforts instead of hamstringing them. And do you know the water that I'm most concerned about? It's not ponds, it's not puddles, it's the swamp here in D.C. that wants to take away our hard-earned property and take over every aspect of American life. I was proud to just vote in the passage of H.J. Res 27 today to nullify this terrible Biden Waters of the U.S. rule. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
My remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. God, it's heavy.
This month, we are celebrating Women's History Month.
Women's History Month is a time to recognize all the work remarkable women across the world, past and present, have achieved. It is important to reflect on our accomplishments and recognize women trailblazers worldwide. It's incredible to see how far we've come. Mr. Speaker, while we have cause to celebrate all our achievements, our work isn't finished and more must be done. Reproductive rights are being threatened. Many women are still fighting for equal pay for equal work, and the ERA is not in the Constitution. The fight continues until women are given the respect and dignity they rightly deserve. So let's celebrate and fight for a better tomorrow for women across the world. Que viva la mujer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
You look good up there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and service of Lieutenant Ethan Quillen. On Wednesday, February 22nd, volunteer firefighter Ethan Quillen responded to a downed power line call during a severe ice storm that swept through his hometown of Paw Paw, Michigan. He acted like so many other volunteer firemen around the country. His incredible life of service was tragically ended in the line of duty when a falling tree struck a high-voltage power line that he was standing under. Ethan had volunteered at the fire department since 2019, eventually working his way up to lieutenant. He was a father, a husband, a Marine Corps veteran, and a hero. A hero who, with the well-being of his fellow Americans and Paw Paw neighbors, consistently put service over self while asking for nothing in return. And on behalf of the people of Paw Paw, Michigan, the 4th Congressional District, the state of Michigan, and our nation, I recognize and thank Ethan for his service and his sacrifice, and pray for blessings and peace for his family. And I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, America's youth are in crisis. According to a recently released report by the CDC, more than 1 in 5 LGBTQ youth teenagers have attempted suicide in 2021. 1 in 3 teenage girls seriously considered suicide in that year. It should be no surprise that students are struggling in a country where certain politicians refuse to regulate the guns that kill their classmates and fight to ban books that tell their stories. There's a mental health crisis throughout our country that we need to address now. President Biden and Democrats in Congress enacted the Restoring Hope for Mental Health and Well-Being Act to save lives by expanding access to mental health and substance abuse disorder treatment. And now my Republican friends are calling to cut federal funding to fiscal year 22 levels, slashing funding for vital youth mental health programs when the assistance they provided is so desperately needed. For too long, Americans struggling with mental illness and substance abuse have suffered in silence, intimidated by stigma, and unable to access treatment. We must change this. And I invite my Republican friends to join us as we fight to change this in the country for our young people. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate Jericho High School for being granted an exclusive performance of Frozen. Jericho is one of 52 schools in the world and the only one in New York to be selected by Disney to produce the musical. This impressive performance by talented students is expected to include a snow machine, a projector, puppetry, and even robotics. It will also feature songs made famous by New York Stur's very own Idina Menzel, who is the voice of Elsa in the motion picture. I wish the entire cast and crew of Jericho High School the best of luck. As for Lauren Marchard, who is playing Elsa, it is much of an honor for her to play her role model and mentor in this role. Break a leg. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. We must all do everything in our power to organize and communicate with Mr. Biden to stop the Willow Project. We are living in a climate catastrophe. We have one human race, we have one planet, and we have people organizing across the country to make sure the Willow Project doesn't happen and to make sure we invest in the clean, green, renewable energy that is going to save the human race and save the planet. Mr. President, it was young people that organized across this country to help you get into office. Their number one issue is climate change. Mr. President, it was young people who organized across this country to help us push back against a so-called red wave and maintain balance in the House. And it is going to be young people who organize to help us win back the House in 2024 and help America to reach its ideals. Stop the Willow Project. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would remind the folks in the back there's a few more seats down front if we're too crowded back there. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor my number one caseworker, Jenny Stansberry, who is retiring after 30 years of service to the people of East Tennessee. She's been with me since I took office, and she also worked for Congressman Duncan Sr. and Jr. prior to me taking Congress in the 2nd District. Jenny and I used to hang out at Brunswick Billiards, and she's a dear friend as well as the best employee I could ever ask for. When I was running for office, Mr. Speaker, her mama offered me a Coca-Cola, and she always regretted that she never allowed me to use her bathroom. She's always been very kind to me. She drove a cool GMC Acadia back in the day. That was quite fetching in the Brunswick Billiard parking lot. She's best known for her work with veterans and active military members, but she's helped thousands of East Tennesseans deal with basically every federal agency issue you can think of. And she does it all with a warm smile that lights up the room. This picture beside me is her farewell surprise, a poster we made of her with one of the loves of her life, Magnum P.I. Although she didn't end up with Tom Selleck, my fraternity brother. He went to USC, of course, and I went to University of Tennessee many years later. In fact, she never met him. But in her retirement, we allowed her to spend more time with the actual love of her life, Tony, and her daughter, Ann, who's just a wonderful, wonderful young lady. Jenny, thank you so much for everything you've done for me, for the folks of East Tennessee. I always appreciated you. You're always good to my folks, and you've been my buddy, and you'll be missed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I am celebrating justice and a victory over big corruption in Ohio. A jury in federal court in Ohio found guilty and convicted the Republican Ohio Speaker, Larry Householder, and former Ohio Republican Party Chair, Matt Borges, guilty of illegally selling off the Ohio State House through bribery, conspiracy, racketeering, and wire fraud, involving taking $61 million in bribes through First Energy's dark money fund called Generation Now. Their conspiracy involved forcing $1.3 billion of First Energy losses on the ratepayers of Ohio. Shame for them. What they were not tried for, but should have been, is their dangerous malfeasance in allowing First Energy's nuclear plant in my district to operate in the most dangerous manner, creating the most serious set of nuclear accidents in this country's history since 3 Mile Island. Onward justice, onward new clean energy for Ohio and America.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
International Women's Day. He's seeking unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
The federal excise tax is a 12% surcharge on the price of new heavy-duty trucks, truck chassis, trailers, and semi-trailers used for highway haulage. It was first instituted more than a century ago to pay for World War I for the wartime mobilization. The FET is the highest percentage excise tax on anything in this country. The tax has really outlived its original purpose unless you like spending. It disincentivized truckers and trucking companies from purchasing new up-to-date rigs because the tax can add as much as $20,000 to even $30,000 on a high-end rig by itself, just for the tax. Ever-increasing federal and state emissions regs often make it necessary for truckers to buy new trucks, especially my home state of California. This burdensome tax hinders the ability of our truck drivers to acquire the most modern, safest, highest-tech equipment. Repealing this tax would make it easier to ship goods across the country at lower prices for consumers, saving businesses and consumers money. It will also allow our trucking fleet to modernize at a lower cost to the poor folks that are just trying to do their job. At a time when our economy is reeling from inflation and high prices, Congress must do all it can to lower costs for small businesses and consumers. I go back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Nevada seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to commemorate the life and legacy of Judy Heumann, an internationally recognized activist and trailblazer who I'm also fortunate enough to have called a friend. As a young girl in a wheelchair, Judy was denied entry to her local public high school because she was considered a fire hazard. Years later, after graduating from college with a degree in education, she was again discriminated against and denied the opportunity to teach. She challenged the city in court and went on to become the first teacher in a wheelchair in New York. Her passion for justice and inclusion persisted throughout her lifetime. I was honored to work with her to craft and pass disability legislation of my own in recent years. Judy once said, "Disability only becomes a tragedy when society fails to provide the things we need to save lives." I'll continue to pursue disability advocacy in Congress with her quote and her legacy top of mind and close to heart. Thank you, and I yield back.
From what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of a strong partnership between the United States and Taiwan. I recently returned from a bipartisan congressional delegation to Taiwan, where I met with the president and government officials of both parties, business executives, and military commanders. The scope and severity of the threat from the Chinese Communist Party is crystallized in the Taiwan Strait, which is under constant harassment. But so also does Taiwan's vibrant democracy and strong economy represent opportunity in the Indo-Pacific. The United States and Taiwan should help support each other's democracies through collaboration on countering disinformation and propaganda. We should also strengthen one another's economies through increased flows of trade and investment by negotiating expanded market access, common rules, and the end of double taxation on Taiwanese investment in the United States, which is especially critical as we seek to revive U.S. semiconductor manufacturing. As the United States seeks to strengthen our position in the Indo-Pacific, let us commit to Taiwan as a long-term ally. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the life and service of Alfred Al Hoffmeister. Throughout his life, Al had shown incredible dedication to his community and this country. He was a World War II veteran serving in the U.S. Army Air Corps, and later in life, when he returned home to California, he worked as a metal trading manager at Kaiser Aluminum of Oakland, California. Al worked for Kaiser for 25 years, retiring in 1989. In his retirement, he was a strong advocate for our community's youth, serving as a leader with the YMCA and the Concord American Little League Board. And he also worked with the Boys and Girl Scouts of America. Al was dedicated to his faith and was an original member of the St. Bonaventure's Catholic community in Concord, where he served as an usher for many years. Sadly, Al passed away recently, but he will be remembered for his humility, hardworking nature, and devotion to his family, his community, and this country. Please join me in honoring Alfred Hofmeister for his many contributions to our country. I yield back.
Are there further requests for 1-minute speeches? Announced policy of January 9th, 2023. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Lee, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you. I ask for unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. I rise today on behalf of the Congressional Progressive Caucus to convene this special order hour today to discuss the growing threats and harms that we have seen from our right-wing judiciary. From student loan debt to reproductive justice and rights, millions of Americans have found their rights stripped or their prosperity or their interests impeded. Indeed, I stand here today on behalf of the more than 40 million working and middle-class Americans eligible for relief under President Biden's student debt cancellation plan, who might never see that relief because a Republican-appointed Supreme Court majority chose to take up a politically motivated lawsuit brought by a network of right-wing billionaires. To the 1.7 million Pennsylvanians afraid that SCOTUS could rip up your debt relief, I feel your pain. As a Black woman and a first-generation college student and a Pell Grant recipient that is still in a mountain of student debt myself, I'm right there with you, angry and exhausted by a system that's failing us miserably. Like you, every single decision I make is shaped by the obscene amount of student debt I carry because I had the audacity to pursue a higher education. As the daughter of a working-class single mom from the Mon Valley, indeed. Millions of folks who can't start their lives because of the suffocating burden of their student loan debt. And yet in 2023, only 44 out of the 435 members of the U.S. House of Representatives carry any student loan debt. While I hope there's more of us with that lived expertise, I want the rest of my colleagues to hear about the people closest to the pain, like my sister Rep. Ayanna Presley would say. For poor and working class folks, crushing student debt is preventing us from buying homes, for saving for retirement, starting businesses, starting families, and building generational wealth. For all Black college graduates who owe an average of $25,000 more in student loan debt, and for all Black women who carry the highest student debt burdens, it's an even greater barrier. It's an economic crisis for all poor and working class folks, and Black and brown folks are getting hit the hardest. And in Western Pennsylvania, the student debt crisis is a regional crisis holding our future hostage by preventing students and workers from accessing the training they need for our region to become the innovation hub and leader in STEM that hundreds of thousands of good-paying jobs depend on right now. Under President Biden's plan, 1 in 4 Black borrowers will see their debt fully eliminated, and nearly half of all Latino borrowers will be entirely debt-free. This is our best shot at addressing the systemic inequalities and equities that have forced communities of color to take on higher debt for the chance at a college degree. On the day the Supreme Court began hearing that case that could rip away relief from this crisis, I met with a group of student organizers from Western Pennsylvania on the front lines of this fight. Those students who camped out overnight in front of the Supreme Court in the rain to have their voices heard told me what student debt relief would mean to them. They asked me what insight I had in my first 2 months in Congress. I told them these problems are systemic both in who's behind these attacks and who they hurt the most. My community will be punished for getting an education for the same reason that half of this country's freedom to control our bodies and our futures, and the same reason a federal judge in Texas is expected to outlaw abortion pills. It's the same reason that corporations are allowed to spend unlimited amounts of money on elections, and the same reason corporate PACs are able to come in and blow black women out of the water when we run for office. It's because an unelected, right-wing, Republican-appointed judiciary is waging a full-on assault on our freedoms. Those folks whose forebears were enslaved are the folks who today are shackled by tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands in student loan debts. It's those who are denied access to adequate maternal health care by the wealthiest country on earth that are subjected to forced birth. It's those whose loved ones fled violence for a better life, but are separated from their children and locked up at the border. The most marginalized folks bear the brunt of the reactionary right-wing judiciary's attacks. Black folks, brown folks, trans folks, poor folks, and otherwise marginalized folks. Our communities deserve leaders who will fight back as hard as the organizers back home fight every single day. Leaders who carry student debt, who've depended on food stamps. Leaders who lack access to reproductive health care on Medicaid, who went to public schools that were divested, who've lived with poor air quality because of unregulated industry. We deserve those sorts of leaders in office to tackle these issues. That's why I was sent to Congress, and now I want to yield my time to my colleagues with the lived expertise to fight for you. With that said, I yield to the gentle lady from Massachusetts, Representative Ayanna Pressley. Nope.
So much, and thank you to my colleague from Pennsylvania. I rise today on behalf of the people. I'm sorry. I promise you it's not our first time here.
It's mine.
It feels a little bit like a Monday. Okay, we're going to work it out, though. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you to my colleague and my dear friend from Pennsylvania for making this special order hour a priority. I know your constituents and the people of this country appreciate it. I rise today on behalf of the people across our nation seeking access to abortion care. While there are many forces and people at work who seek to spread lies and misinformation, let me set the record straight. Abortion care is routine medical care. Abortion care is safe. Abortion care is a fundamental human right. Abortion care is health care. And 1 in 4 women in this country seek it. Women that you know, love, work, and worship with. Right now, a pending court case in Texas aims to restrict access to medication abortion across the entire nation. Over 40% of abortion care in this nation is medication abortion, a simple and safe protocol where patients are prescribed 2 medications to end a pregnancy. A single man, a far-right Trump-appointed judge in Texas, stands to make a decision that could strike down the FDA's approval of one of these drugs and restrict access to care to millions, a frightening precedent. Imagine for a moment if a judge was poised to strike down access to another safe and effective drug routinely used as part of medical care, like Tylenol or Advil. We would call it out for exactly what it is: inappropriate overreach, overreach that will cause harm. Mifepristone was first approved by the FDA more than 20 years ago and has since been used by more than 5 million people to safely end their pregnancies, both in their homes and at health centers. Earlier this year, following dedicated advocacy by myself, my colleagues, and advocates across our nation, the Biden administration permanently lifted in-person dispensing requirements for mifepristone, allowing retail pharmacies to stock the medication and further expand access to medication abortion. This medication is safe and necessary. Not only should abortion care be available, but what type of abortion care a patient receives should be decided between a patient and their doctor, not some partisan court. At a time when abortion access is already out of reach for millions after the fall of Roe, taking mifepristone off the market would further compromise abortion access across the country, including in states where the right to an abortion is protected, like my home state of Massachusetts. This case is another emboldened right-wing judge trying to take away our bodily autonomy. Again, mifepristone is safe. It is effective. For people across our nation who are seeking care, you can go to abortionfinder.org to navigate how to get the medical care which you seek. This is a deeply volatile and hostile time to be a person in America in need of reproductive health care. But I will never stop pressing for our full humanity and bodily autonomy. My body, my choice. Your body, your choice. Thank you. I yield. Is there time remaining?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you once again to my dear colleague, Summer Lee of Pennsylvania. We're so glad that you are here in Congress, and again, grateful for this special order hour. I rise on behalf of over 40 million people from all walks of life, burdened by our unjust student debt crisis. Grandparents, Black and brown folks, women, students, members of the LGBTQ community, workers, parents, teachers, young people, and more. Everyone who organized, mobilized, and shared their stories to make the case for national student debt cancellation. After years of advocacy, President Biden heeded our calls. With the stroke of a moment and clear legal authority, he canceled student debt and opened a path for millions to get ahead, to make ends meet, to build generational wealth, to grow their families, to purchase homes, and narrow our shameful and growing racial wealth gap. But callous and spiteful Republican officials and their allies on the courts are once again poised to stand in the way of progress. They see the transformative power of canceling student debt. They see how sorely needed it is, and they see how powerful it is. And so they are choosing obstruction, even for their own constituents. So while this far-right Supreme Court deliberates and continues to leave our borrowers in limbo, let me make it plain. Student debt cancellation will change and save lives. While there are those who seek to play with your life, Democrats are here fighting to change and save lives with policies that go as far and as deep as the hurt is. The president's authority to cancel student debt is clear. The administration's legal case is sound. The only question is, will the Supreme Court uphold the law? It must. Mr. Speaker, 40 million people stand to benefit from this transformative plan, including over 100,000 people in my district, the Massachusetts 7th. So we can't stop, and we won't stop, fighting to deliver this critical relief the president promised.
Thank you. I yield to the gentleman from Georgia, Hank Johnson.
It's yours.
I thank the gentle lady for yielding. And this is a very important topic that we are here tonight to discuss, the right-wing reactionary judiciary. And I want to start by reading a quote that was set out in an article written by Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein, published in the Washington Post back in June of 2022. And they cited President George Washington, our nation's first president, in his 1796 farewell address. where he cautioned that American democracy was fragile. They quoted him, "Cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men will be enabled to subvert the power of the people and to usurp for themselves the reins of government," he warned. He was warning us about what could happen to our democracy. The article that Bernstein and Woodward and Bernstein, it was the proper order, the article that they wrote in June of 22 was talking about the scandal that they broke back in the 70s involving Republican President Richard Nixon and how he tried to subvert the electoral process by burglarizing the Democratic Party headquarters and by espionage and sabotage and false information, how he used that to arrive at his opponent in the general election, how he subverted the Democratic primary process to select the candidate that he wanted to run against. And he was successful. And it was Woodward and Bernstein who revealed what's known as the Watergate scandal, which led to the resignation of Richard Nixon. But in his wake, he left a game plan as to the weaknesses in our democracy that he was able to exploit. And then along comes Donald Trump. This is what the June 22 article was about, how Trump took it to the next level, another Republican president. And what Trump tried to do in subverting our electoral process was to actually subvert the electoral college count process, first by the fake electors, that scheme, and then using them to force the vice president to stop the count and send the fake electors and the electoral count back to the states so that he could win the election. And when that failed, President Trump dispatched an armed and violent mob to the Capitol to actually stop the counting of the electoral votes. That's our history. Now, it was the United States Supreme Court that stopped Richard Nixon. But if it had been Donald Trump and today, I'm not sure that today's Supreme Court would have stopped Trump. Why? Because our court has been captured by right-wing extremists, and our United States Supreme Court has been packed by Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell with extreme right-wing ideologues who are intent on taking us back into an archaic time in the nation's history when women had no rights, blacks had no rights, anyone other than white males in America had no rights, not equal rights. And so this court was packed with these right-wing extremist ideologues when Mitch McConnell refused to engage in the appointment and confirmation process for Merrick Garland 10 months before the presidential election, saying or announcing the theory that there's a new rule that during an election year we can't appoint a new justice on the Supreme Court. And so that position, caused by the death of Scalia, was left vacant until such time as Republicans won the Senate and Donald Trump came into office, and he was able to appoint a justice to the Supreme Court that should have been a justice appointed by President Obama. And then he got 2 more picks during his years, and he picked Federalist Society judges who he had made a campaign pledge to appoint them. And these are justices that come from a political organization, the Federalist Society, with political ideals and objectives. And they have 3 new justices appointed. They already had 2 that were on there. So now we have a super majority, every one of which belongs to the Federalist Society, and every one of which was selected by the Federalist Society for their seat. And so these justices have a program that they are carrying out. It's the Republican playbook. And one of the things they want to do is take away power from President Trump, not because of any lofty ideal, but simply because it's President Biden who announced the policy. And so one of the things that's getting ready to happen is the court is prepared to strike down student debt relief for millions of Americans, despite the fact that the clear language in the statute allows for the president to have that discretion. But the Supreme Court will find a way, as the lower courts have done, to prevent the president, this president, from exercising that executive authority. It's another demonstration of why the public has lost confidence in the United States Supreme Court. And with that loss of confidence in the court comes a loss of confidence in the rule of law. Justice and the rule of law are bedrocks of our democracy. And if the people lose confidence, it doesn't work. And so, what is the solution to this dilemma that we face? I've got a couple that I have proposed. One would expand this United States Supreme Court. Unpack it. They say that you're trying to pack it, but no, we're trying to unpack it. They packed it. Republicans packed it. We're trying to unpack it. It's for the sake of our democracy that we need to pass legislation that unpacks the court and expands it with 4 additional seats. And something else we need to do, we've reached a point where lifetime tenure does not work anymore. We've got Federalist Society Federalist Society justices on the court and Federalist Society judges throughout the federal courts who have lifetime tenure. They're young. They can change our society for the next 30, 40, 50 years. So we have to have reform in our courts. We have to expand the ranks of the federal district court judges, the federal circuit court judges, and yes, the United States Supreme Court. And we need to add term limits to the United States Supreme Court so that there is a regular infusion of modernity and sensibility to the court so that it does not grow old, stale, and stodgy. I have legislation that would create such a regimen of 18-year term limits for Supreme Court justices. And last but not least, you would be surprised to know that unlike other federal court judges who are bound by a code of conduct, the Supreme Court justices are not bound by a code of conduct. That's how you can have a situation where a Supreme Court justice can have a wife that is taking money from interests with cases before the court, putting that money in the pocketbook of that spouse, which is enjoyed by her husband sitting on the Supreme Court. They don't have a code of ethics. So we need a code of conduct that is applicable to the justices on the Supreme Court. And I've got legislation that would provide for that, which needs to be passed as well. And I know that Congresswoman Lee, that I have exhibited extreme wokeness today, and I want to apologize to this body for descending into wokeness, but I wouldn't really want to be any way other than woke. And with that, Madam Chair, I will yield back.
Thank you. I yield to the gentlelady from Florida, Representative Sheila Sherfullis McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing us to address the floor this evening. And thank you to the Congressional Progressive Caucus for holding this special order hour. I rise today on behalf of the millions of Americans whose student loan debt balances are at risk of escalating due to the right-wing reactionary judiciary. Hundreds of borrowers from across the country gathered in front of the Supreme Court on February 28th to express their discontentment. West Palm Beach resident Kayla shared, "I think President Biden's loan forgiveness plan is a good thing for college students who don't have funds to pay for college. Indeed, this is a good thing." One important aspect of the debt relief program is that it addresses the unequal burden that student debt has placed on borrowers of color. 42% of white undergraduate students use student loan debt to pay their schools, while 50% black students use student loan debt. In addition, approximately 72% of Latinx students take on debt. By providing up to $22,000 in debt relief, the borrowers that receive the Pell Grant, President Biden's plan would allow 1 in 4 black borrowers to see the debt fully eliminated, and nearly half of all Latinx borrowers to be entirely debt-free. This is so important because black and brown college graduates owe an average of $25,000 more in student loan debt than their white counterparts. Furthermore, black bachelor's degree holders have an average of $52,000 in student loan debt. Over 50% of black student borrowers report that their net worth is less than they owe in student loan debt. The disparity between the amount owed by black and white borrowers quadruples 12 years after graduation. 4 years after earning their degrees, 48% of black students owe an average of $12.5 more than what they borrowed. At that same time period, 83% of white students owe 12% less than what they borrowed. In addition, women hold nearly 2/3 of outstanding debt in this country. Black women carry the highest student loan debt burden of any race or ethnicity. We must address the unequal burden that student loan debt has played on borrowers of color. I ask the majority of the Supreme Court to turn against the right-wing reactionary agenda and to deliver for the 40 million people in June. We rely on our education systems. Education and higher education is one of the pivotal equitable points that we have in this country. We must protect it for everyone. The destiny of our country is dependent on everyone being able to matriculate through school, pursue their education, and give back to this country that we love so much. So once again, I say thank you so much for holding this special order hour to the Congressional Progressive Caucus, and also to the anchor, Summer Lee, for standing here. It's an honor to be here this evening to speak on behalf of all the student loan borrowers, but it's also a special honor to be here tonight with my Howard University alumni. Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleagues with the Congressional Progressive Caucus for raising up the danger of the far-right court. Now I would like to yield to my colleague, the gentleman from Kentucky, Representative Morgan McGarvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 years ago this Monday, in the middle of the night, without warning, 4 Louisville Metro Police Department officers bashed in the door of a 26-year-old woman's home. Startled and terrified as any of us would be, she and her boyfriend leapt from bed, her boyfriend grabbed his gun and fired a single shot in the direction of the intruders. In the barrage of return fire, she was killed in her home, cowering by her bed from intruders she never knew were police. Then silence. It took 2 months before we learned that that woman was Breonna Taylor. Laurie Anderson said, "You die 3 times. First, when your heart stops. Second, when you're cremated or buried. And third is the last time someone says your name. Say her name, Breonna Taylor." Breonna Taylor was a caregiver from a young age, an EMT who saved lives, a young woman looking for her American dream, not just a nameless victim. Breonna Taylor was loved and had so much to give. Breonna Taylor's math teacher called her brilliant, saying, quote, "She had a beautiful mind and she was very helpful to others." Breonna Taylor was someone's sister. Breonna Taylor was someone's girlfriend. Breonna Taylor was someone's daughter. Breonna Taylor was someone. Breonna Taylor was 26 years old with dreams, plans, and her whole life in front of her. We will never forget how Breonna Taylor died, but we also have to remember how she lived. That's the life that was taken that night. 26 years old, convicted of no crime, charged with no crime, didn't even know it was the police who had broken into her home. It took 2 months before we even knew to say Breonna Taylor's name. 2 months of the LMPD hoping Breonna Taylor's death would be swept under the rug. We know that LMPD was there without probable cause on a deliberately falsified warrant. We know that this extreme, tragic, horrific killing was not an isolated incident. We know this because yesterday, 5 days before the 3rd anniversary of Breonna Taylor's death, the United States Department of Justice released a report that unequivocally found disturbing patterns of systemic racism and discrimination within the LMPD. This report is based on an exhaustive, nearly 2-year-long investigation into the LMPD. But there's nothing in these pages we didn't already know. Still, the report is damning. It's heartbreaking to read. However, this report is a beginning and not an end. We should seize this moment to right past wrongs and protect everyone in our community. But let's not forget, Breonna Taylor should be alive today. Her mom would rather have Breonna alive than a report. Breonna Taylor's death should not have been the catalyst for change and accountability. We should have addressed this a long time ago. Breonna Taylor deserves justice, and while we can't bring her back for her family and friends, we can help keep Breonna's spirit alive. We should remember Breonna Taylor as the funny, bright, caring, and loving young woman she was, and carry her memory with us as we take action to demand real, lasting change. Let's say her name, Breonna Taylor. I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman McGarvey, particularly for lifting up and saying the name of Breonna Taylor here in this space and recognizing the continued struggle for accountability for the thousands now and too many victims of police violence whose names we could not say in this short hour that we have here today. I yield now to the gentlelady from Texas, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee.
Let me thank the gentlelady from Pennsylvania for her leadership and hopefully we have been able to share some very important thoughts. And thank you for presiding and leading us on this very important discussion. We have a Constitution. I hope that I'll be holding the Constitution in my hand in a short while. Obviously, Article 1 is the Congress. We are to represent the people of this nation. Article 2 is the executive. And Article 3 are supposed to be unfettered, unbiased, non-biased courts, the federal courts. They come in a variety of shapes and sizes all over the region, all over the nation. They're what we call Article 3 courts. Certainly there are state courts and there are county courts and there are city courts, but the federal courts are the place where we believe that there should be the infrastructure of justice, where I can come where no place else I might find justice. I can even be pro se. That means without counsel. But the laws and the responsibility of the judges clearly are to make me feel that I will be receiving justice. So it saddens me as a member of the bar and someone who, through law school, viewed the federal judiciary in the highest esteem. I was an Earl Warren training fellow. Earl Warren, the Supreme Court Justice, Republican, appointed by Eisenhower, I recall, and presided over the Brown versus Topeka Board of Education, that opened the doors for many to be able to have an education that was not segregated. And many other cases that the court presided over. But there was something unique that I believe that held our consciousness. We always felt that the courts would render truthful judgments, or that they would look for the truth, and that they would discern between the plaintiff and the defendant who was telling the truth, and they would rule in justice and the law for those who told the truth. I hold in my hand the Constitution that also includes the Declaration of Independence, where we all are created equal with certain inalienable rights of life and liberty in the pursuit of happiness. I love what the Founding Fathers said: the power under the Constitution will always be in the people, and it is entrusted for certain defined purposes. It is important to note that even though the men who have said these words were not perfect, the words epitomize who we are. That no matter who you are, what unempowerment you may have, you should have power in the courts, you should have power in this country by the very essence of the Constitution. So I watch with intensity, as a member of this body and as a senior member of the Judiciary Committee, all of the confirmation hearings where they were selecting a United States Supreme Court justice. And what struck me most of all, to the last two justices before Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, is the questioning after questioning to ask them, was Roe v. Wade sound law? Was Roe v. Wade precedent? Was Roe v. Wade, for them, a standard of the whole question of precedent that is a basic premise, tenet, basic foundation of the justice that we look to have rendered, that we can count on the Supreme Court's decision, whether it's Brown versus Topeka Board of Education, maybe that's not solid law, that you can no longer segregate, discriminate in education at all levels, break the chains of segregation and the one-story, one-room schoolhouse with no books for the colored children, the Negro children, the black children, in that instance, which the South proceeded to try and go around by having these private schools. So your whole life is around getting justice, and Roe v. Wade was to indicate a stop to back alley abortions, women dying, being maligned and disgraced, maybe not able to have children ever again. And we were able to proceed that that was really a medical decision. And it was a decision that a woman's faith, doctor, and family would help her make. That no one could police your body, that Roe v. Wade was the law of the land. And yet, in a matter of months, I thought it was just simply seconds, puff, went Roe v. Wade, even in spite of the testimony of the two justices promoted to the Supreme Court by the former President of the United States, that over and over again in question, they said Roe v. Wade was precedent, that it was the law of the land. And they were under oath, and they did not tell the truth. Because what happened is that when the Dodd case came, they immediately jumped to their personal views, their personal beliefs, their personal dislikes, their personal cause and crusade, and ruled abortion as defined by the Ninth Amendment, of which Roe v. Wade was based on, the right to privacy, unconstitutional. I don't even know how that could be. And states like Texas followed with the most heinous of abortion laws that you could ever imagine, criminalizing providers and criminalizing women, creating a havoc in our state. People having to flee across state lines because they could not get an honest and safe medical treatment needed that was dictated by their physician, their health care provider. Threatening health care providers, threatening Planned Parenthood, threatening clinics, misinterpreting medical procedures as abortions. And I frankly believe this MAGA extremism was the very reason why the great tsunami that was expected in the 2022 election did not happen. They did not pay attention to, in 2021, 861 women died of maternal causes in the United States. In the U.S., 2/3 of those pregnancy-related deaths are preventable, and for every pregnancy-related death, there are 70 pregnancy-related near-death experiences. It's extremely important that we tell it like it is. Women fleeing to get health care, doctors being arrested, nurses being arrested, under law because of Dodd. And of course, women themselves being threatened. So let me just read just some headlines that came about through this Dodd decision, where the justices would not adhere to the truth and the honesty of their testimony during confirmation hearings under oath, where they said that Roe v. Wade was precedent. 5 women sued Texas over abortion access. One of them could not get care until they got blood poison when the doctor was willing to see them. Headline, Washington Post, woman says she carried dead fetus for 2 weeks after Texas abortion ban. Is there freedom in this nation? Because of Texas abortion law, her wanted pregnancy became a medical nightmare. The truth had been taken away. Texas woman almost dies because she could not get an abortion. These are not willing activities. These are not persons who are not have loving relationships with children. These are not individuals who, in fact, are, if you will, persons who want to rush for an abortion. These are individuals who have had children, who have loving children at home, but have a right with their medical provider to deal with their medical procedure. And so it is important to take note of the fact that what happens in the courts can truly save lives or cause the loss of life. So in addition to due process under the Fifth Amendment, equal protection of the law under the 14th Amendment, the right to privacy that this little book holds, the courts play a major role. And so I want to thank you, Congresswoman, for leading us in a discussion that challenges the question of truth, the question of unbiased, unfettered decisions, the questions of adherence to the Constitution. And right now we're living in a land where the precedent of Roe v. Wade, the right to choose, I never call it the right to an abortion, it is a right to choose, and the medical procedure that you choose should never be limited. How sad that we have this litany of women, only a few of the thousands impacted, because the court refused to adhere to justice and truth. We as members of Congress need to be able to be the people's representatives, and we must find a way to bring dignity and truth and justice back to our courts. I, for one, will continue to work to make sure that this is a living document, the Constitution, and that those who are poor or not can find their way to a courthouse under Article 3 and find justice, freedom, righteousness, and the opportunity to live freely without discrimination in education, to have civil rights and voting rights, and to be able to have jurisdiction over your own body as a woman, and to adhere again to a law by the Supreme Court that said in Roe v. Wade that women do have that choice. For me, it is the law of the land, and Dodd is a masquerading factor of bias and untruth. I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman, and thanks once again to my colleagues at the Congressional Progressive Caucus for raising the dangers of this far-right court, but also for their leadership, their commitment to fighting back, to finding solutions, and finding pathways to restore and protect the freedoms of millions of Americans, and to create equitable pathways to opportunity. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Here's announced policy of January 9th, 2023. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'm just sort of getting ourselves set up. I was going to yield some time to a fellow member for a moment, but I think that member has disappeared. We're going to try something tonight, and for anyone watching and listening, if you don't like lots of geeky conversation and lots of math, this isn't your night to watch. We're going to try to walk through a handful of concepts. One is one we've been discussing with our economic team. Look, I'm blessed to be on Ways and Means, but I also am the senior Republican for Joint Economics, so I have a handful of PhD economists, and we've been sort of trying to understand what the Federal Reserve is doing and inflation and why it's becoming so difficult to crush inflation in our society and our economy. Then we're going to walk through some numbers so there's an absolute understanding of what's happened, particularly to the working middle class in this country. Demonstrate how much poorer they are today than even a couple years ago in purchasing power, and the reality of just how devastating inflation is to people. People that save, people that tend to have a retirement, actually people who just are trying to make a living and survive. And we're going to show some charts just demonstrating how much poorer Americans are. And then we're going to do some walking through Democrat policy, particularly from the last couple of years, and sort of show the fact that their math is not lining up with what we're seeing. Their math is not lining up with other economists. And the reason for that is at the same time, we're going to also talk about how much debt has been created in the last couple of years, that what was demographics, we're getting older as a society, and actually what was just spending priorities of the left. Then we'll spend a little bit of time, and much of this, we're running and gunning. We got the president's budget a couple hours ago. We're trying to assemble an understanding, but just a demonstration of here's the tax hikes, here's the spending priorities, and trying to also run ahead of the propaganda mills that are often what our modern media is on, they're going to cut the deficit. No, they're not. There may be, they claim $3 billion. Well, there's like $3 trillion over the 10, but it's a time where there was going to be 20 trillion of borrowing. So, okay. And that's if every tax hike goes in, and it does not slow down the economy. So, first off, a concept. Federal Reserve, when they're raising interest rates, when they're rolling off the book of bonds, all the holdings they have, even mortgage-backed paper, what are they doing? No, seriously, I need everyone to sort of think this through. What are they doing? They're basically pulling liquidity out of the economy. They're removing the cash. Because the previous couple of years, pandemic, whatever excuse you want to give, this body pumped massive amounts of liquidity. Here's checks. We're not going to ask you to work. You don't have to participate in the economy. All that cash is sitting out there, and then you hit everything from supply chain issues to manufacturing issues to people saying, I get money, I don't have to participate in the economy, so I don't have to work. Get inflation. Remember our high school economics classes. What is inflation? Simplest definition, too many dollars chasing too few goods and services. Okay. So why has the interest rate hikes and the pulling of liquidity out, because remember, the Federal Reserve is doing more than just raising interest rates. They're letting their balance sheet books roll off, and by rolling that off, that should also be stripping much liquidity. Why isn't it working? I mean, there's certain things we're seeing. Commodity prices seem to be coming down. Wage hikes are not keeping up, though, with current inflation, which is a really bad thing. But if you look at every model we had, second quarter last year, third quarter, fourth quarter last year, we should be much further in the progress on knocking down inflation than we are. And I know there was some dodgier economic news today, but yesterday, you remember seeing the 2-year Treasury bill going over 5%. Then it fell, but just the fact that it hit, I think, that's one of the all-time highs in modern times. It lets you understand how much of the market thought inflation staying with us longer. And our economists actually came back with a theory. So you have the Federal Reserve trying to pull liquidity out, but on the other side of this equation, you have fiscal policy. This Congress, when it was controlled by the left, our Democrat brothers and sisters put so much cash so much money into the economy. Whether it be, as we start to walk through some of the things that were happening, the American Rescue Plan, the omnibus bills that actually raise spending, you add everything from even the CHIPS Act, all these other things, where you're pumping in money. So do you understand what point I'm trying to make is, if you cannot line up fiscal policy, and fiscal policy is what we do in Congress, and what happens when it's working contrary to monetary policy. Monetary policy is what the Federal Reserve does. And we're starting to actually see a really, really interesting, let's call it an academic debate, except it hurts people. I'm a Congress idiot standing up here going, you understand this and that, but ultimately these numbers hurt people. And I'm going to show you how much poorer most Americans are today. And so, how many times have you heard any member of Congress get behind these microphones and say, maybe we really should think about our spending priorities, either stripping some of the spending that happened last year under Democrat control and saying, okay, maybe that's the program the left will fall on their sword for, maybe spread it out over more time so it's not working contrary to what the Federal Reserve is trying to do in knocking down inflation. It's an interesting thought, but it's worth thinking about. That the financial markets, the old days of inflation is always a monetary issue. Okay, I'll make you the argument that the Federal Reserve in the previous years when they were buying so much of U.S. sovereign debt, they were like the uncle who keeps buying the alcoholic son bottles of scotch. They were enablers. They made it so we didn't have a penalty. Except now it's time for us to start going to our AA meetings, and we don't have a driver's license anymore. We're not getting there. It's not happening. And we're having a little trouble getting to the first step. What is the first step? You admit you have a problem. So this one is important. And let me know. I'm sure the AA references work, but that was top of mind. How much has President Biden added to the deficit in these last couple years? Okay. I want to be a little careful on this. There's this running argument here saying, well, the left will say, well, your incentives to grow the economy, your tax reforms, this and that, that's all what added all of it. And we will turn and say, well, Democrats, it's all your spending. I'm partially pointing this out in reference to also why haven't we been able to knock down inflation more? And it's this spending. And when you start to realize that it's functionally well over $5 trillion of additional spending that the Democrats created over the last couple of years. Okay, you may love it, it maybe think your priorities, fine. But then understand how much poorer you are through inflation, because this actually worked contrary to trying to slow inflation down. So it's the concept of fiscal policy crashes into monetary policy, and then you start to wonder why the high school math we were all taught on how this is supposed to work isn't working. So let's actually walk through what we've done to working men and women in this country. I represent the Scottsdale, Phoenix area. For most of the last 2 years, my neighborhoods have had the highest inflation in America. So when America's over here saying, we had 8% inflation, it's devastating, I'm having 13.1. You're just that hard-working person in my community, and you've had your teeth kicked in. And this is important, and I'm heartbroken we don't talk about this more. Inflation has dramatically reduced workers' purchasing power, but let's go all the way 10 years. So you had a 2% and a 2% and a 1.8 and a 2.3 over the last, and then you hit the last 2 years. So let's actually say in 2013 you're making $60,000 a year, and you haven't had a pay increase, so you understand sort of the baseline. You're making $60,000 in 2013 and you kept the same salary. Now, that's 10 years. Dear Lord, I hope you've been being paid more, but let's say you're not. That $60,000 today would only buy $46,000 worth of goods. You've gone from $60,000 of purchasing power in the 10 years to $46,000. In 2021, functionally that single year, if you're being paid $60,000, by the end of the year, you functionally lost about $8,000 of purchasing power. And that's the mean. In my state, in my community, it was substantially more than this. Do you understand where that money went? This is something, and I promise you this was going to be a little bit more geeky. That's actually a word. Where does the money go? When we devalue your salary, when we devalue your currency, where does that money go? To borrower. We take it from borrowers and those who actually, what's the easiest way to say this? We took your salary, your savings, we devalued it, and we put it over here to those of us who borrow. Who's the biggest borrower? United States government. So we are going to now pay back the debt with inflated dollars. Now, it's not a magical free option. You didn't suddenly say, hey, we got $30 trillion of debt. We're going to pay it back with dollars now that are only worth 90 cents. Isn't this neat? We took 10 cents off of our debt. No, we didn't. What we did is we stripped it from you. We taxed you, and you didn't even know it. You do understand. Because we stripped the value of your salary, the value of your savings, it was functionally transferred to the United States Treasury and devaluing the debt when we pay it back. How many Americans understand the last 2 years, I think statistically, may be the largest tax hikes in modern history? We made you poorer. There's even some crazy math out there, if you take a look, that will show you debt to GDP, at least for like a month, flattens a bit because the economy continues to grow nominally over inflation or at inflation, and that the debt, we're going to pay it back with the inflated dollars, actually stable. So also, hey, doesn't this look great? Except the very next day, now you need to float the next refinance of your bonds or the new debt, and it's at the higher interest rates, and boom, the little pretend value you got is stripped away from you. So you may be paying back the U.S. sovereign debt with inflated dollars, but now you're paying a hell of a lot more interest. And that's why I started in the comment, did you watch the debt markets this last week? They're all over the place. We refer to that as fragility. We are carrying so much debt, and it's about to get dramatically worse. How many times have I been behind this microphone, walking through, showing you and showing you and showing you? In functionally 10 years, the wheels come off. And the danger that I was terrified of over the last couple of days of what happens if, hey, the debt interest rate cycle, that 2-year yesterday being over 5%, what if that lasted for a year, 2 years, 3 years? All the CBO projections we're working on are wrong. Now, I hope today's retrenchment in the numbers is a good thing, but it also may be a thing because we're hurting people. So this is the next part of this moral argument. We've made you poor. You do understand what the Federal Reserve may have to do to you. They may have to take a substantial portion of this society and put you out of work. That misery, they may have to put you out of work. And part of it's because Congress kept spending, making it even harder for the Federal Reserve to bend the inflation curve And yes, I understand there's supply issue, demand issues. They pumped in too much liquidity. The Democrats did all this spending. It got ahead of it. Policies here are really hurting people. So let's take a little bit more look at how this math works. I'm going to do it again. Your 2021 salary. So in a single year, you're making 60 grand. Its purchasing power is 52. If you live in my district, it's probably about 47. How much should your salary go up? Because if you live in my community in Arizona, if you didn't functionally get about a 13% pay hike in the previous year, you are poorer today. If you look at it from 2013 to today, once again, your purchasing power when you used to have 60 grand, let's say you were a saver, you had $60,000 you've saved. You do realize today, and this is functionally the beginning, the very beginning of the year, you basically only have 46,000 in the bank. You may think you have 60,000, but the purchasing power has been lost so much. So let's actually walk through one of the things I believe is another fraud that's being committed on the American people. And that's when our brothers and sisters on the left did all their legislation last year to functionally subsidize, as I almost prefer to say, soft nationalize so much of the economy. They did all sorts of projections on what certain things were going to cost. So I'm going to use a couple of these. There was functionally a tax credit for battery production. CBO, Congressional Budget Office, put out this score. Said, hey, it's only going to be about $30 billion. Only. Now we have outside economists looking at it, reading the statute, saying, hey, it doesn't actually say $30 billion. What it says is anyone doing this, you get these tax credits. And then they looked at how many people were doing that. We're seeing articles coming in now, it may be as high as $195 billion. This is one of the great scams around here. Put together a piece of legislation saying, hey, you're going to get the tax credit, but then don't put a cap on it, so it just keeps going, because let's be honest, who writes checks to the Democrats? So, as we're dealing with the budget issues, will our brothers and sisters on the left at least work with us saying, hey, you promised America that this particular battery tax credit would not exceed $30.6 billion. Okay. Will you lock in a cap? Remember the fragility concept when lots of the statute didn't cap the money, so it looked like it's going to cost dramatically more. Will you work with us? Will you cap it? You think that's going to happen around here? So let's take a look at some more of this. Cost estimates on the wind production. You may love wind, but once again, Congressional Budget Office and the piece of legislation the Democrats did last year, which was actually an expansion of the tax credits on wind, they promised us it would come in at $11.2 billion. Now the outside economists are looking at the legislation once again and saying, hey, there's a math problem. They didn't actually cap it. It may come in as high as $68.4 billion. Is that a fraud on the American people? Of course it is. But that's the way the scam here works. Produce a piece of legislation, tell everyone, hey, it's only going to cost this much. But the point I'm going is that Inflation Reduction Act, which is an Orwellian name for a piece of legislation, spent money and actually helped set off inflation. But you start to understand why so many of the big spenders, the people that get these, were just giddy. They actually read the language. So my challenge to our friends on the left, saying, okay, this was your promise, $11.2 billion. Will you cap it at that? Because the modeling now is coming in at maybe as high as $68 billion. This is why we end up in so much trouble here. So now let's actually take a look at, and I'm not going to try to read all these to you. If any of you have insomnia, please go grab the president's budget. Remember Nancy Pelosi used to stand behind that microphone over there and tell us, budgets are your ethics, your priorities. Okay. We're going to look at a lot of the left's priorities here. This is just one of a couple boards of tax hikes. Tax hike after tax hike after tax hike. And I cannot wait till we try to figure out some way to model these tax hike boards and try to understand what's the level that this actually slows down the economy. And you're going to see some boards here where I'm going to make the argument that the duplicity we're seeing in the president's budget, it just blows off the page. With the amount of the GDP, the size of our economy that's going to go to taxes, and then to pretend it's still going to grow. So, it would be that would be cruel and unusual punishment to read through these. But understand, this is just one board, two boards. These are all the proposed tax hikes that are in the president's budget. And then they're going to tell you this nice thing saying, we're raising taxes enough to reduce the deficit over the next decade by $3 trillion. They forget to mention we're borrowing 20. And so I put a little board together saying, if every single one of their tax hikes come in and every single one of them produces the revenue that they scored it at, and these actually haven't been they're just baseline scores. There's no actually analytics behind it. And it doesn't actually slow down the economy and doesn't actually now create incentives for people to put their resources in other places other than these areas that have all had the tax hikes. It might produce $3 trillion over the 10 years. Okay, great. We're heading towards a projected cumulated deficit from 2024 budget to the 2033, so functioning 9 budget years of 20 trillion. If you have someone on the left run around here saying, we're doing something for deficit reduction, something where you basically go from, hey, we were going to hit 118% of GDP in 2033 of debt to GDP, where they might bring it in if they got all their taxes and all the revenues came in and they don't slow down the economy, they might hit 110%. So let's walk through what's being proposed to us. Remember, we're just starting. We're digging through this as fast as we can, and we're trying to, once again, understand their priorities. So just have some of the basic taxes. Over the next 10 years, the budget process, an average level of taxation has been about 19.7%, which is actually higher, I think, than the historic average. But you basically look at higher than any 10 years, let me rephrase that. The 19.7% of GDP going into taxes. That's functioning the baseline math of the president's budget. You do realize that functionally is higher than any time in modern history. And I've been here before over and over and shown the charts that saying here's really high marginal tax rates. We get about 18% of GDP in taxes. Here's really low marginal tax rates. We get about 18% of GDP. I'm just wondering what magic wand the left is waving that's all of a sudden we're now going to start getting close to 20% of the economy in taxes. Maybe they come up with some magical way to do it. The problem here, this is the president's own budget. So you just saw, what was it, 19.7% of the economy coming in taxes. The new spending The new spending is at 24.8% of the economy. And then we're going to have people running around here, particularly on the left, saying, look what we did for deficit reduction. Huh? And trust me, there's no saints here. The hardest thing I say over and over and over, and I probably get more hate from this, but it's absolutely mathematically true. From today through the next 30 years, 100% of future U.S. sovereign debt, 100% of future sovereign debt is demographics. It's baby boomers. We got old. If you're someone screaming at the television or wherever you watch things like this, which if you're watching things like this, I worry about you. It's foreign aid. We've shown over and over and over and over the calculations that foreign aid last year would only be like 12 days of borrowing. At the end of the decade, it's only like, 6-7 days of borrowing. Congressional salaries. It was 28 minutes of borrowing for a whole year. And 10 years from now, it's like 19 minutes of borrowing. The fact of the matter is, you got to stop pretending. The scale of the debt, once again, and I did this last week and the week before, the Congressional Budget Office's model said in 9 budget years, you can wipe out the entire defense of the United States, our constitutional obligation. You can wipe out all of Congress. You can wipe out the White House. You can wipe out the Supreme Court. You can wipe out every dime of spending. There's no FBI. There's no Park Service. There's nothing. No discretionary dollars at all. And you still have to borrow a couple $100 billion just to maintain the baseline services of Social Security and Medicare. And the very next year, the punchline here is the very next year it gets much uglier, because that's also the year the trust funds are empty. The Medicare Part A trust fund is gone. And that's also one of the other frauds we're seeing in the president's budget. We're going to shore up Medicare. You do understand the Medicare trust fund is only the Part A. 3/4 of the other spending of Medicare is coming already out of the general fund. So once again, that previous sentence, you got to let that one sink in. You can get rid of all discretionary spending. No more of this crap of, let's just get rid of foreign aid or waste and fraud. It's all gone. Just get rid of all of it. And in 9 years, 9 budget years, you got to borrow a couple $100 billion. And that's being optimistic that there's no recession, that all the revenues come in projection, there's no war, there's another pandemic, everything's fine. Do you understand how fragile? And then the Democrat spending is approaching 25% of the economy. Deficits. Now, this is with all the tax hikes and assuming every dime comes in and this place is willing to vote for every one of Biden's tax hikes. You're still borrowing an average of $1.5 trillion a year. And at that 9th budget year, I think it's still like $2.3 trillion that year because it keeps going up. Interest payments. This is right out of the president's budget. We're going to basically average over the next 10 years. The interest payments on the debt will reach $1.3 trillion a year. Just the interest. So you have the interest, then the borrowing. So if we're estimating 2033, so 9 budget years from now, if under the president's budget, forgive me, I'm doing this from memory, it's like 2.3 trillion borrow, 1.3 of that is just interest, the other trillion functionally is the growth of Medicare. And remember, the very next year, Social Security Trust Fund is gone, and our brothers and sisters are taking about a 23 to 24% cut in their check, and you've just doubled senior poverty. That's one of the things that also outrages me is where's the conversation of we're going to save Social Security, we're going to work on it together, instead of using it for the next campaign piece that the left is putting together. You're going to see also the left run around here saying, we're going to raise taxes on wealthy people to save Medicare. No, they're not. What they're going to do is actually start to add another 5 points on capital gains, the 3.8% special premium that they basically stole and put into the general fund that was originally supposed to go to Medicare. Okay, let's say they now finally stopped stealing it, put it all towards the Medicare Trust Fund Part A, and now it goes up to 5 points. That's only 1/4 of Medicare spending. The model basically says, according to the president's budget, we're going to go from about $661 billion of interest borrowing to a baseline of $1.3 trillion in 9 budget years. And now we start getting into the way we try to actually model much of this debt. There are ways. There is hope. The markets around the world that like to buy U.S. debt, your pension plan, your own personal savings, your union pension plan, a state pension plan. When I was Maricopa County Treasurer, we bought it because it was safe and very liquid. We would buy U.S. T-bills, U.S. Treasuries. One of the key things you always look at is what's the debt of a country to the size of its economy. So my Democrat colleagues are running around here saying, if we get all these taxes, we're going to lower the deficits. It's just not true. But just even believing the top line that's written in the president's budget with that before we've actually had a moment to really dive in and see what the economic analytics are, and do they model for how much they're going to slow the economy down and what that does to revenues? Are they still just pretending they're still getting the baseline growth? We functionally go from 98.4% of the publicly held debt to the size of the economy to 9 budget years, we go to 110%. We're basically right on top of the World War II peak. So we're basically going to line up with the highest debt to the size of the economy in our country's history. So here's the argument I want to make. Are there things you should do to maybe bring in more receipts, more revenues? Okay, fine. Walk us through this. You know, I can find you some things in the tax code where I believe some people are cheating, are using it in ways where that's not how we meant to draft it. Fine, we'll work with you. But walk me through all the things you're going to do to grow the economy, not try to control it and management. Because so much of the legislation, particularly last year, was almost the soft nationalization of much of the economy. You can't get this grant, and actually I should probably explain this grant unless you actually go kiss up to the White House and you actually do their bidding, their sort of woke agenda. Fine. Another bit of the con you need to understand is this administration has advocated for what they call a global minimum tax. Go around the industrialized world and say, hey, we want this 15% global minimum tax. And if you're a country, if you give a refundable tax receipt because you did certain activities or tax credit, those things, that goes into the 15% calculation. Another country can tax you. Tax your operations because this country did this. So do you actually understand why a bunch of the Democrats spending last year, they made it grants? They basically played our European allies for fools. Hey, sign up for this global 15% minimum. Wink, wink, nod, nod. But grants don't count as subsidizations for businesses. And the beauty of the grants actually make the bureaucracy and whoever holds the White House dramatically more powerful. It's a soft nationalization, and a way to escape their own tax extortion. So if I came to you tomorrow and said, one of our most moral obligations is we got to find a way to stabilize this national debt to the size of our economy. Okay, you got to do functionally two things. I got to bend the spending here, and I got to grow. We have to grow. Last week when I was behind this microphone, I had my 8-month-old little boy with me. Parliamentarian wouldn't let me hold him, broke my heart, but that's the rules of the rules. What's our moral obligation to him? When he turns 20, actually it's 24 now, it's a whole year later. When he turns 24, if we were going to maintain baseline services, we have to double U.S. taxes. It's demographics. We got old, and lots of our population, what is it, 67 million of our brothers and sisters, I'm one of them, will have moved into their earned benefit years. Okay. So you need a revolution in the cost of health care. I've already been behind this microphone repeatedly talking about that we're on the cusp of, but not curing, but also stabilizing diabetes. Diabetes being 33% of all healthcare spending. But lots of other great things are happening. And go look at last week's speech if you're curious. I spent the last half of it walking through things that are actually hopeful and optimistic. I don't particularly like this board because it is missing a number of things, but we're going to have to deal with the reality of our population. In 19 years, the United States has more deaths than births. You remember your high school economics class. How do you grow an economy when your population is flatlined or is sinking? You could do it through high-skill immigration. You could also do it through automation. Should we incentivize robots, just like they're doing in China and other places we compete with? You got to have a tax code that is all about growth. How do you say expensing? Remember, when we had the 100% expensing that we did in the 2017 tax reform, the economists said that may have been the number one thing that helped us grow the economy, and you don't lose revenues from it. You actually gain revenues. It's a timing effect. If I say, hey, you get to have expensing, but you got to do it over 7 years, or you can do it all today, it's still the same deduction. It's about the time. And because you let them do it today, it puts you in a cycle where, hey, I'm going to buy the next piece of efficiency on the equipment sooner. And so the model said if you look at a longer horizon, you actually get more revenues by making it so you can have 100% expensing today, because it forces you into a cycle where you're constantly trying to get to the next level of productivity with your capital investments. Ideas like that in the tax code are elegant because it raises wages. It grows the economy. Remember, we're trying to actually stabilize our debt to the GDP. And the last one, and I probably should come back in the next couple of weeks and demonstrate, I believe we could have a revolution in regulation. And I'm going to try to visualize this one. So everyone work with me, and if you get bored, I think I have a YouTube video from years ago I put together, a little cartoon that basically says, I think it's under Schweikert Environmental Crowdsourcing, and it's a simple concept. When you walk, you want to open a motorcycle paint shop or a bakery or whatever the hell it is, and you need your air quality permit. Let's just do it this way, air quality permit. So you fill out lots of paperwork, you hire a consultant, you design your scrubbers, and then you walk into your county air quality office and you file paperwork. Does a file cabinet full of paperwork make the air quality in your community better? Huh? No, basically documentation so the trial lawyer can sue you. How about if you in your community had a little sensor, had a few thousand people driving around your community. I'm from a huge county. Had a sensor, and if there's idiots over here painting motorcycles in the back of their yard and not doing it in a booth, okay, fine. You catch them immediately. You crowdsource the data. You don't need an army of bureaucrats watching the file cabinets and then hiring armies of consultants. You could crowdsource. You basically put the sensors on, let people, give it to the Uber drivers, give it to the UPS drivers, and say, hey, we really care more about where we have a problem and if there's a problem, we'll go and fix it, than punishing everyone in our marketplace. The people are following the rules, the elegance of this, they get left alone. You don't have to deal with government, you get left alone. And if you screw up, you get caught. That's the use of technology. It's just one very simple idea, but there's dozens and dozens like that. You could drop the size of the bureaucracy. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I appreciate the tolerance. May I request the time?
The gentleman has 19 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Look, for everyone who's been willing to give me part of their time, I'm just trying to make a couple simple points. We have a fiscal responsibility and blame for inflation. We could do policies on pieces of legislation that say, we're going to actually help. How about a piece of legislation? Actually, oh, guess what? I already have this one. That basically says, how do I pull liquidity out of the marketplace but not hurt people? How about actually give every American a spiff for taking some cash out of their checking account instead of running out and buying a new colored television, even though the televisions are beautiful, put it in their retirement account. You actually slow down consumption over here, you shore up their retirement security, and it's almost the exact same thing the Federal Reserve is doing. There's things we can do policy-wise that would help knock down inflation. We have a handful of bills like that. The other thing is the reality of we've been lied to on the scoring of the Democrats' spending from last year, and we're starting to see it now. And third thing I want to point out is the dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of tax hikes. And then the White House is pretending it's not going to change the economic velocity. They're going to get all these revenues, and they're still going to spend like crazy. And within there, the morality of, are they going to step up and help us save Social Security? The morality of it, are they going to actually help us grow the economy? Because if it's unacceptable that their big accomplishment will still be over 110% debt to GDP in 9 years. It's unacceptable. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I want to yield back, or should I yield to Mr. Cloud?
You can yield. You can yield.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I'd like to yield whatever time remaining to Mr. Cloud. And thank you for your patience with me, and thank you all.
Thank you, my friend from Arizona, for your efforts to always pull the curtain back on the games and gimmicks that Washington plays sometimes, and to bring creative ideas to the table on how to fix things. Appreciate it, and thank you for the time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Goliad County Sheriff Deputy and Operation Lone Star Task Force Commander John Davis, who passed away this Monday. A man of faith, integrity, and relentless dedication, John served the great state of Texas for 40 years during his law enforcement career. His career stretched over a variety of roles in local, state, and federal agencies, and because of this, John became known as one of Texas's most distinguished law enforcement officers. Commander Davis helped lead the effort to locate and arrest the Texas 7 escapees back in 2000, and in 2022, due to his long track record of success, John was selected to command the newly formed Operation Lone Star Task Force. Most recently, Commander Davis oversaw a successful multi-agency operation in Wharton and Jackson counties to combat human and drug trafficking cartels and their criminal invasion into Texas. Throughout his life, Commander Davis gave his all and gave all he had to protect our families and our communities and to make our state a safer place to live. While we mourn his passing, we know that he lived a life well lived and that he has gone on to his reward. May his service be an example for all of us in years to come, and may God bless and his peace be with his family. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of a true hero of the Crossroads, Mr. Claude Jacobs. A native of Yoakum in Victoria, Texas, Claude lived a life of extraordinary service to his community. His life motto, "You always get back more than you give," guided him throughout public service in the governor's office and in starting multiple businesses that helped his neighbors. Claude's faith in our Savior, Jesus Christ, led him to be a friend to all, dedicating his time to training young people in his community. In 1968, his passion for at-risk youth led him to help found the Bluebonnet Youth Ranch and raise millions of dollars through charity events. For his extraordinary work, in 1986, Claude Jacobs was knighted as a Knight of St. Gregory by Pope John Paul II. Claude was a friend to everyone in our community, it seems, and I know he was a friend of mine, and we will miss his optimistic, his warmth, and his can-do spirit. May God bless his family as we remember him and his legacy. Thank you, and I yield back to my friend from Arizona.
Does the gentleman from Arizona yield back? From Arizona, yield back.
Okay, and Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I yield back.
The gentleman. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez, for 30 minutes.
I ask for unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and to submit extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as the new representative of New Mexico's 2nd District, home to some of the country's most beautiful landscapes, the hardest working people, the best chili, the nation's first designated wilderness, 7 sovereign nations, and a rich and proud binational culture. New Mexico is my home. It is where I hunt, it is where I fish, it is where I went to school, and it's the place that gave me opportunity. However, I continue to be troubled. After being here just over 8 weeks, one thing is clear. Congress isn't putting constituents like mine or their families first, and I want to change that. It's hard to watch other members from urban communities celebrate lower gas prices, while residents in my rural community still pay 35 cents more than the national average. It's hard to celebrate poverty reduction, while we aren't having meaningful conversations about the child tax credit or that 1 in 4 children in my district are living in poverty. It's difficult to spend my time voting on messaging bills while residents in our tribal communities still have to haul water to their homes. We must do better for the American people, and we must get to work on the real issues that impact our communities. I know what it's like to work hard to get ahead. Since I was old enough to work, I've always had a job. I've never had the luxury of financial wealth. I've bagged groceries, worked the drive-thru at a fast food restaurant. I've sold vacuum cleaners door to door. I've painted houses and worked at a chili factory, all to make a living and eventually pay my way through college at New Mexico State University. For too many New Mexicans, working hard as I did isn't even enough to pay the bills. They feel like the goalposts just keep getting moved on them, and they look to us for help. But instead, Congress bickers over issues that don't move the ball forward. That's wrong, and it's time that we fix that. New Mexico is a state rich in culture, pride, and history. It's part of the American story, but unfortunately, it's also often forgotten. But too many New Mexicans are struggling. Our rivers are drying. Our agricultural industry is in decline. Housing costs are rising, and healthcare is too expensive and out of reach. Washington must pay attention to districts like mine, and they must see our potential. We have a robust energy industry that supports more than 15,000 good-paying jobs. But we also have high rates of respiratory disease in frontline communities, substandard living conditions and housing for workers, and little accountability for the polluting industries. New Mexico is also a vital part of America's agricultural strength. Our farmers, our ranchers, our farm workers from the South Valley of Albuquerque to the Hatch Valley work the land every single day to ensure that all of us as Americans have access to safe, U.S.-grown, affordable food. But we don't have enough access to H-2A visas. And we've made it harder for farmers and workers to get the support they need to feed our country and lower the cost of food. And New Mexico plays a vital role in our national security. From the most expansive missile testing range in the country at White Sands, to the critical training grounds at Holloman Air Force Base, and the groundbreaking research produced at our 2 national laboratories. But we also lack the critical investments in housing, educational services, and transportation services to give our servicemen and women the quality of life that they deserve when they serve our country. Washington can no longer forget about communities like mine and about New Mexico. My hometown of Las Cruces is home to over 100,000 people, many hardworking families who are dealing with an unemployment rate higher than the national average, too many kids still going hungry, and low wages, with per capita household income in my district at just $26,000. That's right, $26,000. For too long, our district has been left behind. These inequities aren't just felt, the numbers prove it. I'm here to fix that, but Congress has to focus on the issues that matter, and I ask for your help. To not leave behind the veterans that bravely dedicated their service and their lives to this country. To ensure that we provide federal funding for our rural communities so that every New Mexican has access to high-speed broadband and quality health care. To ensure that 1 in 4 New Mexicans on SNAP have access to healthy, nutritious, and life-saving food. I'm committed to getting the 2nd District's fair share in Congress. And I'm fighting for that in every room I enter, every meeting that I attend, and every vote that I cast. Nothing means more to me than making sure that we get our fair share from Washington, D.C. So to everyone that I have the honor of representing, I promise you, I will always make sure that your voice, the voice of the great 2nd District of the state of New Mexico, is heard in the halls of Congress. I ask my colleagues to join me and focus on the issues that matter to the American people. I yield back the balance of my time.
Does the gentleman from Mexico have a motion?
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Those in favor say aye. Question is on the motion to adjourn. Those opposed? According to the House, have it. Motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.